Okay, good evening. I'm going to call the meeting to order. This is a conference meeting of the Township Council, the Township of Montclair. This meeting is called pursuant to the provisions of the Open Public Meetings Act. This meeting was included in the annual notice of the meeting schedule as set forth in Resolution R-22-245, adopted by the Town Council at its regular meeting December 20th, 2022, advertised in the official newspaper on December 29th, 2022, and January 5th, 2023. Posted on the bulletin boards outside the municipal building and has remained continuously posted there. In addition, a copy of the annual notice is and has been available to the public and is on file in the office of the township clerk. If you'll help me welcome up, I'd like to ask our Montclair Girl Scouts Troop 20028 from Bullock, Nishuane, Kent Place, Gold Oaks, and their leaders, Heidi Crow, Bethany Chase, and Tanya Bitar, to come on up in the Pledge of Allegiance. Would you come on up, ladies? Yeah. So you guys are going to do the pledge, right? You guys want to use this flag here? You guys want to do this one? Okay, all right. All right, so ready when you are. Whenever you guys are ready.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great job. Nice. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys.
They are.
Great job, ladies. Thank you so much. Appreciate it, guys.
Thank you, Girl Scouts.
Thank you, guys. Oh, it's good they had that.
It's so wonderful. What grade are they in? What do you think?
Yeah, that was great. That's cute. All right, Madam Clerk, if you'd please call the roll.
Counselor Cummings?
Present.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Present.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Present.
Counselor Russo?
Present.
Counselor Schlager?
Here.
Counselor Terry?
Present.
Mayor Spiller?
Present. We'll move the agenda with flexibility. First, I'd like to do one of the proclamations that we have today. We do every year, certainly, and it's noting of and declaring December 18th of November to be National Injury Prevention Day, and certainly as we speak about gun violence and specifically gun safety. Is there anyone here to be to receive this proclamation, by the way?
They are in the back. Melissa?
Just want to come on up. Let me read this up here, though. Whereas injuries are a leading cause of death and disability in the U.S. for children ages 1 through 18, and whereas the Township of Montclair is committed to creating a safe environment, contributing to the safety and well-being of our children. Whereas an estimated 54% of gun owners don't lock all of their guns securely, and an estimated 4.6 million children live in a home with at least one unlocked and loaded gun. And whereas almost every single day a child gets their hands on a gun and unintentionally kills or injures themselves or someone else in the U.S. And whereas research shows that there are an estimated 393 million civilian-owned firearms in the United States, and more than 1/3 of homes contain at least one gun. The best way to protect children and teens from accessing guns is the important securing of a firearm and important firearm storage practices. Whereas protecting public safety in a community they serve is the highest responsibility of the mayor and the township council. And whereas hospitals, state agencies, and community organizations are committed to their crucial role in reducing injuries and deaths by promoting safe practices. And whereas National Injury Prevention Day raises awareness and promotes efforts to reduce injuries among children, the Township of Montclair commends Be Smart, a program developed by the Everytown of Gun Safety Support Fund and Moms Demand Action, and all involved for their endeavor to protect children from injury. Now therefore, the Mayor and Council of the Township of Montclair do hereby declare the 18th of November to be National Injury Prevention Day and encourage all residents who own firearms to store them unloaded, locked, and in separate location from ammunition to prevent access and to save lives. And I so move. Without objection. Thank you so much for the work that you do. We know how important this is, so thank you.
Thank you so much to all of you, Mr. Mayor and the Town Council, and really especially to Chief Conforti and Deputy Chief Will Forever Young.
Oh, that's a good one.
I don't know if we moms who demand action would actually be here tonight without the chief running over and saying, Denise, you got to do this, right? So thank you to Denise. And to everybody, if you don't mind, I will just turn around a little bit. My name's Melissa Schaefer, and I'm a member of Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America. And we are also part of Essex County Be Smart team. And we really appreciate your continued support and honoring on 11/18, National Injury Prevention Day. We focus on firearm storage because, as the mayor just said, guns are the leading cause of death for United States children. More than 2,100 under the age of 18 every year. So it's not car accidents, it's not childhood diseases. And the vast majority of the deaths are homicides and suicides, but unintentional shootings also make up about 5%. Almost all shooting deaths occur in the home because of easy access to loaded guns. And these shootings are preventable. You just need to get some safe gun storage. You can get on Amazon for $50 or $60, maybe even less on Black Friday. There are these cases that will store guns, and they open only with the owner's fingerprint. And it can prevent so many, people think it's not going to happen to them, but unfortunately it often does. And as of November 4th, there were 331 reported unintentional shootings, 124 deaths, 219 injuries, and 2 weeks later, there were more. That's also the same for gunfire in school grounds. As of November 2nd, there were 36 deaths, and then 2 weeks later, there are always more. So secure storage means that guns are always inaccessible to children. And if you look at the little handout that we put in front of you, there's little pictures. Store your firearms unloaded, locked, and separate from ammunition. So if you have a gun, just keep it safe, keep it unloaded, locked, and separate. The SMART in Be Smart is an acronym. It means secure guns, model responsible behavior, ask about the presence of guns, recognize the role of guns in suicide, and tell everyone to do the same. I'm just gonna, because I know that there's a couple of kids left in the audience, I just wanna say also to all parents, grandparents, aunts, uncles, sisters, brothers, that just like we sometimes say, hey, Johnny has a nut allergy, are there any nuts in the house? Let's destigmatize saying, hey, are there any guns in the house? And if so, how are they stored? And the more we say it, the easier it becomes. Just a sort of regular thing that you say when you drop someone off for a play date. Anyway, I won't take up any more of your time, but I'm so grateful to you all. And thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Cummings, would you please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Get the opportunity, really the honor to read a proclamation in memory of great Montclair resident and person who was a father to the fatherless and father to those who had fathers, Mr. Jimmy Eason, who passed away recently. And his funeral is actually tomorrow, and I believe, Mr. Terry, you will be speaking and sharing the same proclamation during the service. So that I'd just like to read this. Township of Montclair, New Jersey, Proclamation in Memoriam of James Eason. Whereas James Eason, a lifelong resident who attended Montclair Public Schools, graduating from Montclair High School in 1961, passed away on October 29th, 2023. And whereas, known as Jimmy to his friends, Mr. Eason was an unofficial mayor of Montclair. He was drafted in the U.S. Army and served 9 months in Germany and 11 months in Southeast Asia. A proud veteran, he moved back to Montclair after serving his country and working for IBM and Quinn Data for 30 years. And whereas, a community organizer who dedicated his time and energy to the youth in Montclair, Mr. Eason coached CYO track and field, Little League football, and served on the board of the Essex County Touch Football Board for 23 years and league commissioner for 12 years. He is an original member of the African American Heritage Foundation and in 2009 was honored as Grand Marshal for the African American Parade and Festival. Mr. Eason was active with Montclair's older residents and organizations, including Montclair Gateway to Aging in Place, Do Drop In, and the Senior Citizen Advisory Committee. And whereas throughout his life, James Eason had a dedication and passion to conserving the history of Montclair through a camera lens and recorder capturing the oral stories of residents. Mr. Eason was always advocating for positive change within the community and will be remembered for his tremendous contributions. Now, therefore, the Mayor and Council of the Township of Montclair hereby recognize remarkable service James Eason, a true pillar of the community and active member in many Montclair organizations, and extend our sympathy to his family members, and friends who will cherish his memory. And I salute.
Without objection. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, Councilman.
Mayor, I'd just like to say that if we ever do get a senior center here, I've been advocating for years, along with Roger Terry, Council Terry, it would be really appropriate to name any senior center after Jimmy Eason. So I'd like to see that be kept in mind, Jimmy Eason, Montclair Senior Center, if we ever do it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have the minutes from October 18th, October 24th, and December 20th, 2022. December 2022 to October 18, 2023, October 24, 2023. I so move.
Give it to us one more. I'm sorry.
Well, it's December. Okay, got it. Okay. Any corrections or modifications from anyone? Easy for you to say.
Mayor, I want to thank the clerk for making a correction on one of those.
Yep, one of those is the correction. Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions. Okay, thank you very much. We've moved those. Next, we will move, again, flexibility. Let's do the two pending ordinances because we've got a table one, and then we'll go to public comment. So, again, these are pending ordinances, second reading, which would allow for hearings. The first is pending ordinance O-23-16, and that one, talking with the township attorney, they need a little more time, right? Working on a couple more things here, so I'll move to table that for two meetings.
For two meetings, so yeah,
from
to
now.
the second meeting in December would be great, December 19th meeting.
Okay, that's my motion. Is there a
I'll
second?
second it.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, we've tabled that and moved that.
Mr. Mayor, I have one question regarding that. Can we get actually a replica of what this is going to look like, the actual, because I think I'd like for people to be able to see it.
Well, what we could do is, we can provide some pictures of
Right.
what the poles and equipment may look like, so that would be the best way to do it. There's no actual facility, as I was saying to you, Councilman Cummings, it's, the antennas will be put on a pole, and there will be, at the base of that pole, there will be a cabinet, electrical cabinet, and that's basically how it gets set up. So I will try and get some pictures of that
Thank
to
you.
distribute to the council.
Thank you. Helpful. Appreciate that. Next is pending Ordinance O-23-24, which is the ordinance adopting and amending the Montclair Center Gateway 1 redevelopment plan. Without objection, I'm going to open to the public hearing. Is there objection? Hearing none. I'll now ask, is there anyone present who wishes to be heard in relation to this proposed ordinance? Please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. William Scott, 23 Cedar Avenue. I'm also the chair of the Montclair NAACP Housing Committee. Back in September, the Montclair NAACP supported the recommendations for the amendment to this redevelopment plan. We requested that the commitment for affordable housing be kept at the 20% level, in addition to the funding of the increased funding of the Affordable Housing Trust Fund via the tax revenue that would be generated from the changing of the residential unit to a hotel. I think it's extremely important that every affordable housing opportunity that avails itself to the council, you should pursue. I think, matter of fact, I sent you a document that outlined the 15 to 20 years of missed opportunities of affordable housing by falling short of the 20% set aside. That number probably was in the area of about 50 or 60 affordable units that families could have lived in. So my point, supporting the Housing Commission's recommendation, in addition to the NAACP Housing Committee recommendations, which speaks for the NAACP, which I cleared with our president, Mr. Terry. Extremely important that we make this commitment. The opportunity for the Marriott Hotel, and anyone can correct me if I'm wrong, to avail itself to a major opportunity to convert an initial development that was set aside for it, that was in progress to be a residential development. And now it's going to become a hotel. And in addition to that, it's going to be a short-term rental opportunity, which gives the return on investment double over annual leases that normal renters would have. And yes, this is market rate units as well. So again, not to repeat myself, I think every affordable housing opportunity is important. This council has the opportunity to put a stake in the ground. When you're dealing with a $1 billion company, Marriott Hotel, and they're only willing to pay the $90,000 on an annual basis, opposed to supporting additional affordable housing, we can't miss this opportunity. We cannot allow 4 units to go unallocated for families that are in need in Montclair for affordable housing. So not to belabor the point, but you understand where I'm coming from. Members of the Housing Commission did come to the September meeting at the first reading and expressed their concerns with this development, and absolutely wanted to make sure that the amendments were taken into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, I will close the hearing. Ms. Talley, would you please? Excuse me. Ms. Talley, would you please give us a side-by-side of where we were before and kind of where we are now, so we get a clear picture of that?
The recommendations from the Housing Commission were evaluated by the Economic Development Committee, and the suggestion, we did explore the possibility of increasing the affordable housing from 10% to 20%. The issue is, at that point, the developer said that if the housing obligation was going to increase to 20%, they would prefer to go back to where it is right now and not put the short-term rental provisions in there and remove the hotel occupancy requirement, payment requirement, because the funding was already in place, the project's already structured, the pro forma is already developed with the 10% set aside. However, we did have some additional conversations because we do recognize, and the Economic Development Committee recognized, that the increase in short-term rentals does have an impact on the rental market, particularly the loss of market rate rentals will increase overall in general the rents in the area because you're removing those units from the rental market. And there's been studies that show that that's the effect of short-term rentals on the rental market. So the developer did agree to making additional payments, a one-time payment for each of the short-term rental units, and we came out to a cost of equivalent of $3,000 for each of those short-term rental units, which would be a one-time payment of about $108,000 because there's 36 units that are proposed right now that have been approved by the planning board. So we amended the redevelopment plan that's before you tonight to include a one-time payment of $3,000 for each of the short-term rental units, with the provision that those funds go towards the township's residential rental assistance program. As you may recall, we had $60,000 in that program based on the settlement agreement with the rent control litigation, and it was very successful. We spent the entire $60,000 probably within 6 months to eligible households in the township that were having difficulties paying their rent. So the redevelopment plan now says that those funds are to go into that fund. In addition, the redevelopment plan dictates that 20% of the payments from the hotel occupancy tax would go into that fund as well to create a sustainable funding source to keep that program running. I want to point out that the project has already received site plan approval from the planning board with a 10% affordable housing requirement. That's 4 units. In addition, the resolution approving that project included an additional payment of $150,000 into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund by the developer to go towards the provision of creating additional affordable units in the township. So there's a lot of pieces to this puzzle. I think the advantage here is it formalizes a payment system of the hotel occupancy tax for those 36 short-term rentals, which we otherwise would not have because we don't have that mechanism right now in the Montclair Code to collect those fees for short-term rental units. So I think that would give the township about $90,000 a year once the project's up and running, which would be very beneficial. So that was the thought process behind the Economic Development Committee, and we submitted to you some pages showing how those changes would look in the revised redevelopment plan.
Thank you, Ms. Talley. So just to be clear again, too, before and previously currently allowed, which they would go with, it's 10% affordable housing. They do have to put in the $150,000 to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, no matter what, right? That's where they're at, and that's what they said they would go with if we didn't, if we tried to change the affordable housing requirement. On the other side of that, though, what we've pressed for and gotten here is also a commitment to an additional, on top of the $150,000, another $108,000, which will go to the residential rental assistance program, which, as you noted, has been very successful. Additionally, the hotel occupancy tax, which then they would be subjected to with these short-term rentals, not in the previous layout. We could dedicate the percentage of that to continuing to replenish the residential assistance program with those dollars. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. It's pretty straightforward. Okay, thank you so much. Any other questions for Ms. Talley?
Yes, Janice, I just want to get it on the record. So the 20% was rejected by the developer?
The developer said that he could not increase the if the township wanted to increase the affordable housing commitment to 20%, he would build what was already approved, which had the 10% requirement.
Right, so I just want to make sure that he just wouldn't have done it then.
He wouldn't have done
The 10%.
He would have done the 10%. He just wouldn't have proceeded with the short-term rentals.
Okay, and so I think that for the council, the concern I have is the short-term rentals, because this could just escalate. I think we need to really look into this and figure out how we're going to move forward on this, because, I mean, essentially, you know, he's coming in, he's changing something, and we're, instead of getting the 20%, because this was grandfathered in pretty much from previous council.
The 10% was put in place, I think, in 2015, yes.
Right, so if this were to be built now under current, it would be 20%.
Would it?
Only if we amend the redevelopment plan.
No, I'm
Yes.
saying, that, so Mr. Plasik's plan has 20% affordable.
Yes, it does.
So if we were just starting this plan now, if he was just doing this development now, he would be subject to 20%.
That's what our existing ordinance requires,
Right.
and we could certainly put that in a revised redevelopment plan like we did for Lackawanna.
So then the other question I have then is, so will these units are not subject to rent control?
The affordable units are not subject to rent control because they're already deed restricted.
Right, so then as he can go up on rent on these, they can go pretty much from being affordable to,
No. Affordable units are limited in terms of the rent increases by state regulation.
and are those regulations less than what we have?
I can't answer that. I know it's the Uniform Housing Affordability Controls. It's very modest.
Okay.
I'm sorry, are you done,
Counsel.
David?
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I just have a
Councilwoman Schlick.
quick question, Ms. Telly. The residential assistant program that we have helps families towards rent. Would that include if you needed help paying a utility bill, like your heat?
Yes, it's crafted so if you have overdue utility bills that you can't pay, it can go towards that as well.
Can, okay. And we have that, we do that here? And we don't have an outside agency that does that, or do we do that?
We contracted with another agency to administer it, but we actually make the payment. They just administer it. In terms of the paperwork, we actually make the payments.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilman Price Abrams, I saw you looking to maybe speak.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm trying to think, I think my question related to the 10% is because that's what was written into the redevelopment plan that governs the Gateway 1. That's,
Exactly, yes.
So because we're working within that, we would either lose the opportunity for all these layers of things that have been negotiated over time, because he would go back to building straightforward
He would
rental units.
He would build what was
With
approved,
10%.
which had the 10% set aside, not 20%.
So it just seems that what we did, I think, in the layers of people who had worked on it, what were just to sort of, at each turn, we were able to realize a little bit more that the
Right.
developer's contributing and that the town is saying, we're going to take part of that tax and dedicate it also to affordable, for this rental assistance
Right.
piece. Is it all for mortgages, for folks who may own their home but are having trouble paying it? Or is it only for rentals?
It's only for rental.
But Janice, I guess to that point, I just want to be kind of clear here. Would Marriott be involved if he was just building this without what we're providing?
I don't know. I think Marriott may have been involved in the rental units. I don't know if, I can't answer that question.
Right, because part of this is what Marriott is contributing
Right.
to this is the reason why he's open to these negotiations. So if he were to build this on his own, it's a different story, because he doesn't have the Marriott support.
I can't
I wish he
answer
was
that.
here to answer these questions.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I can't
Yeah.
answer that question.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Janice. Appreciate
Okay.
it. Thank you. Okay. Any other questions, concerns, comments? Madam
No.
Clerk?
No,
Yeah.
wait a minute.
Okay. Councilman Russo?
You know, that's one of the things, like, I still have some questions. When I have questions about these things, I'd like to get answers before I vote on them. But I'd like to see everybody stick to 20% affordable in this town. So, I don't know, I'm ambivalent about this one. I voted no last time. Go ahead, Mayor, I'm sorry.
Okay. Madam Clerk? All right. I also move Ordinance O-23-24, which is adopting this amendment to the Montclair Center Redevelopment Plan Phase 1.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. We've spoken to it, so Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
No.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Abstain.
Counselor Schlager,
Yes.
Counselor Terry,
Yes.
Mayor Spiller.
Yes. Okay, thank you. A lot of those were those. So now, because we only have a new ordinance, we'll come back to that. I will go to public comment. All speakers must complete the sign-in sheet next to the podium before addressing the council. The amount of time allotted for public comment here is 3 minutes. Before speaking, please clearly state your name for the record if you wish to comment on a pending ordinance, which we just did, which is great, during the hearing for that ordinance. All right, without objection, we'll open to public comment. Please.
Okay.
Mr. Scott.
Good evening again, William Scott, 23 Cedar Avenue, also a member of the Montclair NAACP and chair of the Montclair NAACP Housing Committee. I started in May, September timeframe. There was a recommendation from support from the Montclair Housing Commission for my reappointment to the Housing Commission. I appeared before the council last month, posed a question as to the status of that reappointment, and Ms. Abrams said that there was going to be a review and possibly some status or update at this particular council meeting. So I'm just wondering if the council is prepared to make the appointment or deny the appointment, but I would like to know the status of your wishes.
So I had asked, and the deputy mayor was presiding over that meeting, I had asked that we would, potentially the clerk could pull together, and I know we've had an election since that time, and so there's probably a few reasons why it didn't happen, but I had asked, and I believe the deputy mayor sort of affirmed that as a good idea, that we would look at them all together, and we would ask that they be at this meeting, but that was not perhaps bearing in mind the time constraints. So I'm asking the manager and the clerk and whoever else has to help, can we get all of that, maybe in tranches, maybe the housing-related committees and a few others for our next meeting, and then perhaps the one after that, some other group that we could run through all of the various boards and commissions, even if we don't do them all together. And could we do that for the next meeting so we could accommodate the request made by Mr. Scott?
And just to follow up on that, obviously, we've been aware of this situation for other committees that were looking for reappointments. I was also a member of the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee for 15 years, and in 2022, due to the fact that there was no consideration for any of the reappointment of the committee members at that point, the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee was disbanded. And it was the same scenario. We've been waiting for over 2 years for this process that we've been informed of over the last couple of years of reevaluating committees and commissions, and then appointments would be made. I respect the fact that you want to take an additional look at this with the acting township manager, but I would say 2 years is a pretty long time to wait for something that I don't think we're voting on people becoming rocket scientists or brain surgeons or anything at that point. But we have community members that are committed to this community and want to serve. And for this process to really be dragged out this long, it's really disrespectful and unnecessary.
Excuse me, Mayor. I'm not sure, Mr. Scott, why you're looking directly or referring this matter to me. It's not within my control, this whole thing. I simply had asked at the last meeting that we would look at the group of housing-related things that we had done as a, like we had looked at them previously when we appointed people to various entities. That's the extent of my specific involvement here. Going back a period of time ago, like you're describing, Councilor Cummings and I had done some, like early in this council's tenure. At this point, I defer to the mayor and others who have any authority over the matter as well. It's really not.
And that was the reason, not being pointed at you, but the fact that you just mentioned that there was a reevaluation process initiated a couple of years ago, and Councilman Cummings and yourself was involved in that process. Yeah, I'm kind of waiting for, a conclusion of that process and why it continues to take over 2 years to have this process finalized.
Mayor, I'd just like to make a motion to reappoint Mr. Scott to the Housing Commission tonight and get that over with, because we certainly are going to do it when we do the group. And I defer, I agree with Councilor Counselor Price Abrams that we should do it as a group, but we never seem to get to these things. Well, we're going to get it. We were going to get to so many things that took so many months. But I just want to say, Mr. Scott, you've served for so many years. You've worked so hard. You're younger than me.
Only by
But
a
when we-
year.
yeah, but when we get over 70, we wonder, when we're going to be here, and we don't want to wait, more time than we need to serve and to be recognized. So I'm just going to make a motion that the council can just reappoint you right now.
We appreciate that.
I think it's a,
It's not a new appointment. He's been on the Housing Commission,
That's-
hasn't he?
it was a
It's just a
reappointment.
reappointment. It's a continuation.
Mr. Burr, in the conversations that we've had, I believe you noted, but correct me if I'm wrong too, that most of the individuals from most of the positions continue to serve as holdover until there's a new appointment or reappointment. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mayor.
Okay. Have you been serving?
I have attended every Housing Commission meeting since the establishment of the new Housing Commission.
Okay. All right, just noting for the record, right?
yeah, I
So-
think it's,
okay.
I mean, to what Ms. Price Abrams was saying, we tried to undertake looking at all of these committees and commissions that's when we first got on.
But that's not what this is
And,
about.
no, but I'm trying to, and so it ended up changing or trying to update the committee appointment schedule. And I can tell you right now, we've probably got of committees, I don't even know how many of them are going to be needing reappointments in December. I think I got someone from the planning board who emailed me about, his tenure is about to end. So I think to your point, Mr. Scott, I don't think there's a lack of support for you to join the housing committee, but I think the council just needs to have this meeting, get into executive session, because there are others, and just make it happen, which I think will be very soon. And then everybody else who needs to be reappointed can start coming up here, and we'll have to do that again and again and again.
Okay, thank you very much. And I appreciate, Mr. Russo, your opportunity to make a motion, because it is as simple as that, to make the motion, someone second it, and move forward.
Yes, it should be very simple.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It is, Bob, and so just to get through this, I'll second your motion.
Oh, good. So then we're going to vote on it,
Would you like to
right?
speak to,
Mr.
second?
Would I like to?
Speak to it? Your second?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's clear he's qualified, and he's done the work. He wants to do it. And as somebody who's, in another volunteer position up here, I know it takes a lot to want to volunteer. I've known Mr. Scott for a long time. I wish, we've all get his resume every time he comes up to speak. So I think it says everything it does right there. So, he's deserving, and, so I hope that we can do that.
All right. Did you get the resume? Anyone else wishing to comment? Madam Clerk?
You could take the roll call. Just so I can point out, generally, we do these
In executive session.
in
'cause it's
executive
personnel
session.
matter. Understood.
For personnel reasons, for privacy reasons,
Does-
and
do we- is it-
that's the reason why
is
generally that's the standard process, correct?
Being that,
We-
so let me ask you this, I think we all see where this would go here, but it is a personnel decision on this one. In mindful of that, should we follow that procedure of having any debate and discussion on personnel matter in an executive session and then?
I would say
vote?
moving forward, we should, on this particular application or motion by.
So maybe I'd ask no
Counsel.
other comments on the matter
Right.
because it is
Yeah,
technically.
'cause as long as it's-
Sorry, I asked you, but.
Don't worry about it. I mean-
Councilman Cummings had nothing but
Right, okay.
very nice things to
Fair.
say.
Oh, you want the truth now?
Nope, well,
Now you have to withdraw.
Just to make it clear, Mr. Scott
Okay.
doesn't get paid for this, so it's not really a personnel.
Well, it is, all of them that we
Hiring,
do.
it's not a hiring issue.
Not a hiring,
Right.
personnel still. Okay, you know what, then just also to keep it a little cleaner, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, abstentions, all right, we passed it. Please, go ahead.
So pleased to hear that. I'm Tony Martin. I'm, just to keep this in the housing issues house, I am vice chairperson of the Rent Control Board, And my purpose tonight was to refresh your memories that we're toiling away there in the vineyards quietly for more than a year now, and to also remind the public that we're there. We now, maybe it's a great moment. We've had a number of cases come before us. I think there would be more if word of our operations were more widespread. That's what I'm doing here. We've had cases brought by landlords and by tenants. We have ruled on 2 cases that were decided by the rent control officer and then appealed to us, which is the way the ordinance works for certain issues. In fact, we have a very significant ruling that we will be formalizing on Wednesday at our next meeting that involves the applicability of the ordinance to a building that has been considered to have an exemption up to now. And so you'll want to watch out for that one. We've also got a rising number of cases from people who are claiming that they have had diminished services even if their fees or rent has not been increased. So that is covered by the ordinance as well. If for example, your parking fee is increased, it can only be under the terms of the rent control ordinance, 4% if you are a youngster, and 2.5% if you are over 65, just like your rent. And we've got quite a few people who are saying that new fees were imposed that didn't used to exist. We have to hear each case and see whether or not that's allowable under the ordinance. I have one question before I finish. Has Mr. Terry, Councilman Terry, who has taken on the position of Councilor Iacobellis, been named as the liaison for the housing commissions and the Rent Control Board Committee, as Mr. Iacobellis was?
Thank you. So with that, we're looking at all the committees, but public safety is on public safety, and each committee has a subset of things that they work with, right? So in that, there's not a direct actual liaison, like you said, right? There's a committee, and it has a number of things under it, and anyone on the council who serves on that committee could interface on that issue, if you will, right? So we'll look specifically at which ones fall under his pieces, but...
That'd be great.
Yeah.
Thanks so much.
Jill.
Thank you, Tony.
Thanks.
Good evening, Darren Siddons, 75 Montclair Avenue. I'm here again to speak about the importance of Claire Anderson Arena and keeping the arena operational and spending some money to renovate it. And I know, and thank you, Mr. Lepola, I know that there's been an RFQ that's been sent out, so we appreciate that we're making some progress. Also, just so you know, high school hockey season's just begun, or is about to begin. Captain's practices are happening right now, so it's a very exciting time in the town. And without the rink, there would be no high school hockey. So it's very important. It would be almost like having no high school football. I think that would be a shame as well. I live right next to the arena and also to the football field, and it's great to hear all the cheering and congratulations to the football team as well. I know it was a tough loss, but you know, it's hockey and figure skating and all the other activities that go on in the rink are very important as well. And so I just had a question. I didn't know what the process for the RFQ would be. Maybe you have some comments as to whether anybody's responded to it and sort of what we should expect so that we can sort of keep.
Mr. Paul, I don't think is your microphone on? And I'll say, yeah.
My bad. The responses are due in 2 weeks before the end of the month, so I have not checked to see if we got any responses yet. I doubt it, but I will let you know as soon as that deadline passes.
Great. Well, thank you very much. We really look forward to making some progress. And the coach of the high school hockey team is here, Coach Smith. So he wants to have a word about the importance of his program.
Thank you.
He's a Montclair resident, played for the high school hockey team, and is coaching the team as well. So that's great.
How you doing? Connor Smith, 218 Park Street. I grew up in Montclair. My whole family grew up in Montclair. The Smiths, you may know some of us. Betsy Smith at the Y just passed away, R.I.P. I moved to Florida, and I came back to Montclair to coach hockey. It was always my dream. I still own a business in Florida. It's not easy to operate it remotely, but I do it because I love hockey and I love Montclair. Just 2 years ago, we started a girls program. It was pretty amazing. About 48 girls came out and played hockey for the first time ever. I'm working with Hockey New Jersey to bring kids from underprivileged youth all around the county to come and play hockey at the rink, which is amazing. It's typically an expensive sport. Montclair and Claire Anderson has made it accessible for so many people. It's one thing I love about this town. It's one thing I love about that rink. No one on our team pays for anything, and we're on the ice every single day. I don't think any other public school has that privilege. It's really something special. We have our locker room. We've painted it. We have so much pride in that rink. The home rink at a hockey arena, we call it our barn. If you drive by, it kind of looks like a barn right now. Not in the best ways. It's kind of falling apart. And it's a little tragic. And I've done what I can. I'm up on ladders in the summer, volunteering my time, painting, plastering, bolting, trying to stay to as code as possible. So they just give me a paintbrush. I guess that's all I'm allowed to really do. It doesn't seem like much else is really being done, and there's not many answers. It's owned by the town. It's a private management company. I'm very close with them in the office. They don't know the fate of this arena. No one really does. Teams are starting to possibly leave. It's interrupting the funding that affects the growth of all Montclair hockey. And I think we're just kind of worried in this town. We don't know what's going to happen to our rink. And it's something that we really want to fight for and just have a better understanding. Is this something the town is looking to? I've heard a million different propositions. I've seen paperwork of a retirement community, this being torn down, this being added, or just a compressor fix, but no one really knows. I do not have a single straight answer. That's why I'm here today. But I just wanted to come and talk about how important this rink is to so many people in this town. And the community of Montclair has really made the sport of hockey something so much more accessible than it usually is, and brought a lot of people together. So I just wanted to tell you that about Montclair hockey.
So I'll just share with you clearly. Certainly my commitment is to a rink and making sure the rink is there. I think you may have heard some varying opinions at times, but I certainly think that's why your voice will be important, and all those who support the rink will be important. But I would like to see us look and assess what dollars it would take to make sure we refurbish the rink, make sure it's in a good condition, and make sure it's accessible to the hundreds and the thousands of youth and others who utilize that in town.
Is there anything you'd like to see from us that can help you understand exactly the impact or to help your
I'm sure
decision?
you guys, sharing your stories. Well, if you say anything, I'd like to see money.
Yeah, of course, right.
Always take that, right? I think someone promised a couple $1 million last time we were here, so we'll
Right.
hold you to that. Remember that, right? Was it right? Yeah. If you, but
30 million.
30.
30 million.
But in all seriousness, I mean, look, I think sharing your stories is important, and we appreciate you coming and doing so, and certainly others doing that as well is important. But no, as you heard before, we do have requests for proposals out there to kind of assess the rink, get a true understanding of where we're at, what costs would look like, and what it would cost to fix it. In the interim, I will note, the township does continue to put dollars in. I see we have a emergency appropriation on here too for fixes that were done, et cetera. So, we do continue to make sure the rink is functioning and just going. I think by all accounts, up again for another season, as you note. But we will, I think there is broad commitment to the rink, and exactly what that looks like. The study will kind of tease out what the options are and opportunities are in front of us.
Great. Thank you so much.
Coach,
Yes, sir.
Coach, I just want to say, as a strong Devils fan.
Me too.
Yeah, and I've used the arena and rink, and of course used the Cody Arena, and I've used the Floyd Arena at Montclair State. But I don't really play hockey. I skate. The mayor's a hockey champ. You know that, don't you?
I do now.
You didn't know that?
I didn't know
You better
that.
get to know that. He's champion. I've seen him on the ice, and he has with his child in a video. So I think we're all committed. What I want to know is if Mr. LaPola can look into this, because when you said a retirement community, no, what we've talked about is putting a senior citizen center
Okay.
there. If we had a big community center, if it was a whole community center, could have one part for seniors, but that may not happen. But there's no retirement community plan, because that would be tearing the whole thing down. So I'm going to do what I can to keep helping. Remember, the mayor's a real good hockey player, and, you've got a guy sitting behind you that promised us $30 million, so there shouldn't be any hesitation on the money. So talk to him.
Sounds good. We got a open spot, Mayor, on Sunday nights. You can come play hockey with me anytime you want.
Sounds good.
Thanks,
I
guys. Thank
appreciate
you so much.
Hi, I'm Madeline Gale, and I'm a resident of Montclair, and I'm here to talk about a proposal for peace and communication for the council and for the town. And I'm here speaking solely as myself, not as a representative for any of the social justice organizations I work with. I want to start by again making it clear that I condemn Hamas's October 7th actions and demand that the Israeli hostages be released. I think we can all agree that capturing, torturing, and killing children, teens, women, and men is completely inhumane. But to continue, as a Jewish person, I understand and truly empathize with the fear of anti-Semitism with my Jewish brethren here. For example, I'm seeing and hearing that many are fearful to wear and show their Stars of David and other symbols of Judaism. It's a real fear that we can possibly go through another Holocaust, and it's terrifying to some of the people. I also truly understand and empathize with my Palestinian, Muslim, and Arab friends and neighbors, and the rising Islamophobia they are facing. And we have to recognize all of this fear is something that our Black and brown communities have been facing all these years as well. The situation in Israel and Palestine is currently affecting us all here in Montclair and in our neighboring communities to a great extent. With this being said, I'm here to ask the people of Montclair and our neighboring towns and the town council if we could come together for an open dialogue and discussion to find common ground and perhaps be moderated by interfaith leaders or a trained moderator. Both the pro-Israelis and the pro-Palestinian people need to sincerely listen to one another and truly hear and care what and how the other feels. There is so much pain and heartbreak and anger in all these communities. It appears it's difficult for each group to truly empathize with the other. I mistakenly thought there was possibly an opportunity to do this the other day, but it unfortunately didn't happen. I'm hoping again that all of you can work with us to help plan and participate with our neighbors in a townwide meeting. We are currently so divided and may end up in various ways destroying ourselves and our community with all this anger, fear, and pain. Again, we have to try to find some common ground and respect for one another and a sincere belief that we are all equal. And lastly, if we witness anti-Semitism or Islamophobia, we need to speak out and stand up and protect one another. And if anybody would like to work with me on this, please contact me at gail.madeline@gmail.com or find me on social media. I will send something to the council. I'm hoping we really can make this happen. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Paul Mikowitz, 7 Van Vleck. I am with Bike and Walk Montclair, and I want to congratulate the township and all those involved in having our first Vision Zero Task Force meeting. Very happy about that. Having said that, we have a lot of work to do, and there's going to be work and issues that we have to consider, and I'm going to ask everyone here to have an open mind about doing things differently, because it can't be the status quo. We also need everybody on board. So we had our first task force meeting, but we didn't have some key players there. And if a key player can't be there, we ask that they have someone in their department to represent them. We didn't have Steve Wood there, and we didn't have Lieutenant Ignazio there. Police and those that run the roads or make the roads, that's an important piece. We have a lot of work to do. We had questions that came up that we couldn't have answered. So I'm asking that we have replacements be there. And I ask all of you to be open to doing things differently. And just as an example, I'm sure speed limits are going to come up. If not tonight, at other times along the way. And not just one flat issue of speed limits, but in different areas. And I know there's going to be people that might put pressure on you. Maybe you feel this way yourself. Push back on that. But as a driver education instructor. I'm kind of nerdy when it comes to being observing driver and roadway behavior. And we're talking about seconds that people can actually spend time traveling in their car going above the speed limit, going fast. And we feel like we're getting there really fast. And then you have to slow down, you have to stop because someone's making a left-hand turn, they're pulling out, there's someone crossing the road. There's so many causes of delay that we are not going to get where we're going any faster by speeding. And if we are, we can measure it in seconds. And the selfish priority that we're making about saving a few seconds when it's endangering people's lives is just obscene. Living on Van Vleck, I'm out near Valley and Van Vleck a lot. I see all the crazy stuff. It's so stressful to pull out of Van Vleck onto Valley Road because people are coming so fast. We have to slow people down. Love to see a 25-mile-an-hour speed limit town-wide, and even slower in certain areas like school zones or in our village centers where we have a lot of pedestrians, a lot of activity, people getting in and out of cars, things like that. There's no reason to be flying through those zones. So I ask everyone to have an open mind when it comes to considering these ordinances and making changes over the next few years, because we have a lot of work to do. Thank you very much.
Don't leave yet. Don't leave. Okay, Mayor, I got to ask this question. So you had a meeting, I don't know who called it, but to Mr. Lapola, to have, and I know Steve Wood retired, so you're not going to see Steve Wood anymore. But the two key people you referred to, which is the excellent, traffic lieutenant N.J.S.A, and then somebody who deals with the actual structure of roads, they've got to be at whatever meeting you have so you can answer questions.
And to be fair, N.J.S.A was away. She let us know she was going to be away and not able to attend.
All I'm saying for the future, making sure that scheduling includes these folks, so, we prepare ahead of time, then we don't find ourselves unattended. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Kevin Amin. I'm the imam at the Masjid Wadud in Montclair. Also, I'm a member of the Montclair Interfaith Community Association, Clergy Association. And just want to say very quickly what Madeline proposed that we do. We've already done the work for you. We proposed something on November 30th where the Muslim institution, mine, as well as the Jewish institutions near Termeed, B'nai Keshet, and also Shamray. I don't know if I'm saying that right. I don't want to, the one on Park Street. Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Abrams. And we've all agreed to meet, and we're going to have, we're going to have one there, and also at one at Campbell Singleton's, where we can get together and people can express what's going on in their communities, because everybody's community is angry. Everybody's community feels anxiety. Everybody's community is under attack. So Madeline, I'll be sending information to you, and basically we make sure you guys are invited also. I'm here to talk about something that was kind of troubling. I like the hockey, even though I can't play. So Mayor, I'm no threat to you. I can't play, but things like that make me happy because I'm a Montclair resident. I didn't mention, yes, I'm a Montclair resident, and I grew up in North Newark, where basically, I'm going to be very frank, my whole childhood was avoiding where the Italians were, and they avoided where we lived at, because we were going to fight. And so when I moved to Montclair, after I managed to survive that and moved to Montclair, and I went to school and came back, and I've been here ever since. I just saw something that I was very, very had problems with. It has two problems. Two things are responsible. One is the Montclair local, so that's beyond your purview. But the problem that I had was that people associated with the town of Montclair participated in this article about the JVP, or the Jewish Voice for Peace, coming to the library. I think the library staff handled it correctly. They evaluated it. They took in the comments and decided that it was free speech, and it is. So for me, I'm looking at it and I'm getting concerned that I'm not going to be able to talk, because the problem is that people, when she's talking about people feeling bad about being Jewish, and they have a history. We have the Holocaust and things before that. Well, I also have that problem too. My parents came out of Jim Crow. My grandparents were children of slaves. They had to dress up. My grandmother had to be dressed up as a boy because she would have been raped. And I just want to say very quickly, I want the legal counsel as well as the town manager to talk about somebody using the Montclair Civil Rights Commission name for their own personal opinion. Also, too, I was very troubled to see
I'm
you,
gonna-
Ms.
just 'cause
Abrams,
your
your
time.
name on it. Okay, I was very troubled to see that there. And I came to your synagogue when it was attacked to show my concern. I want the same concern to be showed for me and my constituents and, the way that I represent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mayor?
If I may, excuse me, if I may. Sir, I do want to just thank you and also just address what you said. What I was primarily saying in my statement that I issued was that I was asking that, and I believe at that point the library board was going to have the opportunity, and that was what I wanted, was for them to reevaluate whether it was appropriate, and then I was acknowledging their right to do that, and I wanted them to have process because I think it may not have been as they understood it, or they had to reevaluate the facts. Apparently, people had submitted requests for reconsideration of the approval that was originally granted, and then members of the library board, I guess, had to go through a process to get to that special meeting, and I just thought that process itself was important, and that's what I was standing for.
Okay, I understand, and I know I'm past my time, and
No, I
wanna be
re-engaged you, and
unfair
I
to them, but
appreciate
I'm
it.
just saying that, basically, is that some of the things inside the article, which I'll address with the Montclair local people, were not correct. And frankly, it made me feel very anxious, because how can I speak when my words or what I think are being, and plus, JVP is a Jewish organization run by Jewish people.
Well, that may or may not be true. So maybe it's a mixed kind of
Okay,
shared.
I mean,
yeah. Yep.
again, this is not something for the town. The
Right.
thing for the town is that the involvement of township entities in this issue.
Kevin,
Excuse me, wait.
Once
it's the
hold on,
only
excuse me,
time.
once a council member decides to engage and ask a question, the person's time.
Kevin, I just want to,
That's not bad.
you could stay there at your seat. I just want to make you feel better. I grew up in North Newark also. I grew up in the North Ward also. And I had to deal with the Italian families that thought I was bad because I supported President Kennedy, who they said he's Irish. I said, well, at least he's Catholic. No, he's Irish. Okay. My grandfather ripped the Kennedy sign, 1960. And then, when I supported Mayor Gibson, the first black mayor in 1970, and my house was having rocks and everything else thrown at it because the Russo family had a big sign, Gibson for mayor. Why? He was qualified, intelligent, wonderful leader, and the current mayor, Adonisio, the Italian mayor, was being indicted. He was an old political hack type of person. I said, I'm picking the black candidate who's a better, more superior candidate over the Italians. Then the Italians didn't like me. Then, you had Imperiale, right? Imperiale, the guy's like the Sopranos. So I went through all that, so I want to get together with you, and we'll have coffee right over by your place there where the toast is, and we'll talk about the North Ward, okay, where I grew up. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is David Corfidge. I live at 58 Tuxedo Road. I'm also president of Montclair Climate Action, as some of you may know. I've spoken up here a number of times about the importance of making Montclair a climate leader, and I just want to, part of what I want to do is, again, remind people of the costs. There's real costs for not taking climate action. There's people whose lives are at stake. There's people who are already dying because of climate change, whether it's people in apartments in Jersey City or caught in flooding, or farmers in Spain who are dying from heat stroke, or family or fathers and who die in wildfires in California. There's real costs are at stake there. But the other thing I want to talk about, and I'll explain the relationship in a minute, is actually transportation around Montclair. Just recently, over the past few months, there's been a whole series of accidents, a number of accidents that have caused injuries and even death among pedestrians and sort of non-drivers around Montclair. I know a number of people who would like to bike around Montclair, but say they're afraid to do so. I know personally, I actually bike to work almost every day, and I've been almost turned into by a car a number of times. I have to be really, really careful on the streets. So I know firsthand how dangerous it can be to ride on the streets. Fortunately, nothing has happened yet, but my wife gets worried every time I go out. Why am I discussing these two things together? Well, obviously, on the one hand, climate change kills people. And on the other hand, car crashes kill people. So obviously there's similarity there. But the other thing I want to mention is that part of the solution to both these problems, and I'm not actually exaggerating here, part of the solution to both these problems, deaths from climate change and deaths from car crashes, is actually the same thing, which is taking steps to make biking and walking in Montclair safer. It may sound far-fetched, it may sound like a crazy connection, but it's not. It's obvious how lives in Montclair can be saved by putting in infrastructure, right? Because if you make it safer to bike and walk around town, fewer people will die or be injured. But also if you make it safer to bike and walk around town, fewer people will drive and more people will bike and walk. And reducing the amount of driving is one of the most important things that a town like Montclair can do. The IPCC, which is the international body of scientists who study climate change, has said that reducing the amount of driving is probably one of the very most important things that a town like Montclair can do. It also produces benefits beyond just lives saved. It makes by making it easier to get around driving, you're helping those households in town, and there are actually quite a few that simply can't afford a car. Plus, it promotes public health. It even promotes civic mindedness. It's a simple policy with tremendous benefits for society. It's kind of a win and win and win and win and win. We can make a Montclair a town where we promote climate sanity and also active mobility, where people can walk and bike around town safely. Why can't we have a town where we can walk and bike in safety? Hoboken did it. They've had years without casualties, I believe. Why not us? So I urge you to take policies, fund Vision Zero, enact their task force, enact their recommendations, make sure that we carry on Complete Streets effectively, and so on, to take strong steps to make sure those recommendations are implemented. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can I just announce real quick? So following our last meeting, Mr. LaPola, Mr. Terry, Mr. Herlock, and I met with the Public Safety Committee to discuss ways that we could start on our end, aligning with the Vision Task Force is doing, but with the professional staff. And what we discovered were several bullet points, I would say. One being that the township has not had an engineer, and therefore that is something that we need to look into, maybe not an engineer, but engineering services, to really look at our streets. A professional that would also work with Vision Zero Task Force. The other was to really, as we go through this, do a complete inventory of our streets, all of our lights, as well as where we have stoplights and street lights, traffic lights. And then look at, we have some four-way roads, some four-way locations where hedges are very high and block things. So we want to really look at all streets to see if there's something we can put to limit the height of hedges or in terms of to streets. These are small things, I say. We did not at the time get into discussion of mile per hours because we felt like, hey, that's something an engineer would get into, but I think there's been some things that the council is already moving in that direction already that we don't have to worry about. But I do want to thank the chief and deputy chief for participating. We need Janice. Is Janice still here? It was clear that the Janice is going to be recruited to come in because it feels like, I have always said, I think fairly consistent, that our professional staff, the folks who have to administer these, need to be a part of it. And I'm glad that Lieutenant N.J.S.A is working with Vision Zero. And I think, someone will be there from Buildings and Grounds and place of Mr. Wood. But just know that the council is looking into this and then holistically, because we're talking, as you said, significant upgrades and looking at how we can do this and do it properly. And so we've heard you. Well, it's not you. We've heard all of you. And I think over time, as the entities work together, we'll get somewhere. Now, I will say that when people say Hoboken has a stoplight at every street. There's a stop sign at every street. I've driven through it. So, we're not Hoboken. We're Montclair. We have to really, so I think that's important that we look at what works here. And I think some of the remedies that are being placed, such as the speeding lowering miles per hour around town immediately is low-hanging fruit. A lot of this is low-hanging fruit that we like to get to, but just know, again, I repeat myself, we have heard this conversation and the council is committed to working in that direction.
And I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I just encourage you, I'm glad to hear that. I encourage you all to continue working with the community groups in town. I think there's a lot of knowledge in the community about what makes an effective town in terms of traffic safety and walkability, and I hope you all will continue to take advantage of that as you draft grants and design infrastructure. I know the Vision Zero Task Force is designed to do that, but I hope that it continues to be integrated into the planning of the town. Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Avery, and I've been a resident of Montclair since 1987. There have been multiple violations of free and fair elections this past November 7th. There are codes of silence that are threatening freedom of speech. There's a compromised and biased local publisher. These are all signs of our democracy in decline, and increasingly more commonplace under this council. This is evidence of the rise of mercenary authoritarianism in our community. The voters present urgent, critical concerns about safety, environmental sustainability, and affordable housing, and this council's unresponsive. We're not tree huggers. We're not alarmists. We are not greedy. Council members who are entrusted as stewards to care for township assets and employees have allowed policies and procedures designed to provide accountability and transparency to be ignored. The community is in crisis. Chaos prevails as dystopian authoritarianism forces alternative narratives. This mayor has been enabled by the corrupt New Jersey Democratic political establishment as he defrauds the 200,000 members of the state's teachers union and the 40,000 members of the Montclair community. $65 million of N.J.S.A assets have been squandered over the past 10 years, with over half during Spiller's term as president. Public funds representing withheld union dues from teachers' salaries have been foolishly wasted to support Spiller's unbridled political ambitions, while he rationalizes spending those funds on himself as only a coward can do.
I'm Chrissy Thomas, 257 North Mountain Ave, 53-year resident, MBA, MPP, law degree, and class of '87 Montclair High. First, thank you, Lori Price Abrams, for understanding that hate speech is not protected by the First Amendment, and for understanding that silence about exponential increases in anti-Semitic crimes due to the genocide launched by Hamas on October 7th, 2023, is terrifying to Jews who are afraid to wear Stars of David and took down mezuzahs before Halloween for fear of hate crimes in Montclair. This is nothing that I thought I would ever see in my generation. Thank you, Lori, for introducing the resolution, working against hate speech over the weekend, and for standing up against terrorism against Palestinians and Jews, and to Sean and Robin for attending the vigil last week. Budget process transparency. During the process of introduction and adoption of the 2023 budget, 3 council people and then acting township manager Brian Scantleberry promised that the budget process for 2024 was going to be open and transparent, and that budget hearings were going to be held in the evening or on weekends to promote transparency and encourage public participation. What happened, Mr. LaPolla? The clerk's office. Ms. Nieves, why are all of the forms on the clerk's website inactive? Being unable to access these forms is inappropriate and needs to be fixed. You also need to speed up answers under Oprah. Township Attorney. During the Law Department's budget hearing, Interim Township Attorney Paul Burr asked for huge increases, 3 times more than the Law Department's entire budget under Ira Karasik. He lied when he said during the hearing that every year there had been end-of-the-year increases of the not-to-exceed amounts. There was actually only one end-of-year increase during Karasik's more than 10-year tenure. Burr said that most of the huge increases were going to Riker, who has been disastrously used by this town. Burr is trying to get this town to pay them to do his job. Why do we need Burr as a middleman? We cannot afford to keep him on payroll when he doesn't give accurate legal advice and does not know labor law, municipal law, or procurement, or contracts, or budget, or Oprah. He is a great closing attorney. We cannot afford to have bad lawyers because that costs us all dearly in the long run. Mr. Burr's contract runs out at the end of this year, and it should not be extended past December 31st in the executive session later tonight. The township attorney is a critical position, and he put this town and this entire council in harm's way. Finally, Chief Herman allegedly calls for a reduction in his bloated budget, yet seeks to hire 11 additional firefighters while asking for more money for overtime. More employees should mean less overtime. It also looks like Herman pushed through the retroactive pay for the 13 firefighters who got promoted in the wake of the infamous discriminatory exam. This retroactive pay goes back to 2021 and adds up to $250,000.
Thank
Where
you.
is that money coming from? And will it be taken from other departments?
Thank you.
Sorry, thank you.
Thank
Hello, my name is Patrick Corsetto, and my partner Ben and I bought a house at 95 Upper Mountain in the summer of 2022 and moved here full-time this past summer. We spent 3 weeks at our house in the holidays of 2022 and the beginning of the year and noticed that Upper Mountain is a raceway. We emailed members of the town council on January 4th. We have sent dozens of emails. We have spoken to every neighbor we've met. Many or most of them have sent emails or called. They have universally wanted the road to be reduced to 25 miles an hour and speed enforcement to be undertaken, and in the long run, speed mitigation action to slow down the cars. Nothing has been done. I was told by one well-known Montclair resident that Upper Mountain is how the workers in the town and town employees get across town quickly. Our town is a town with families who have small children. There are bikers, pedestrians, senior citizens, residents, pets, and more. We do not need a raceway in the middle of our town. We need a town-wide speed limit of 25 miles per hour. New York City has a town-wide speed limit of 25 miles per hour, but why doesn't Montclair? I was told by another town official that a traffic study was done in 2022 on Upper Mountain and that the 85th percentile was 39 miles per hour. That means that more than 1 in 7 drivers is going 39 miles per hour or higher. To choose to go 39 miles per hour versus 30 miles per hour saves 28 seconds on this stretch of the road. To go from 39 miles an hour to 25 miles an hour saves 52 seconds. 52 seconds. 28 seconds. This morning, one of those people trying to save 28 seconds hit our dog. Our Great Dane, who is large, 130 pounds, and extremely visible and imposing, got spooked and tried to cross the street. The video shows a white car clearly going well over the speed limit and accelerate into him. She didn't even brake. She may have been on her phone. It was sunrise. He was clearly visible. She didn't stop for over 500 feet after she made contact. That was how impaired her reaction time was because she was driving so fast. If she'd been going 30 miles an hour or 25 miles an hour, she would have stopped or slowed down such that this may have been less severe. That's why places like New York City and Hoboken have set the speed limit to 25 miles an hour or lower. The data and scientific analysis is irrefutable. The probability of a fatality is dramatically lower if the driver is going 25 miles an hour or less. Today it was our dog. Tomorrow it could be someone's child. What will it take for this town to act? You as a town council could act immediately to start the work to lower the speed limit townwide to 25 miles an hour, or certainly on our stretch of Upper Mountain. You have the legal right to do so, and you have a moral obligation to do so. It would save our children and our senior citizens and even our pets. It would allow people to feel more comfortable running or biking to town, which would reduce traffic and increase parking space availability and have a positive effect on climate change. And it might save a future dog or dogs' lives. If you don't do it, blood is on your hands, the blood of the next victim. Your inaction is clearly favoring a small minority of out-of-town drivers and others who prefer to save 28 seconds versus protecting the lives and safety of our citizens, voters, and taxpayers of this town. Thank you very much.
Thank you for commenting, and I know I speak on on behalf of the full council, and we certainly, just know that we're thinking of you and certainly of your loss, and sorry for that. And as the
Mayor-
Vision, excuse me,
Go ahead.
and as the Vision Zero Task Force does its work, we hope to take these actions and many more to help address some of these pieces. Thank you.
Just want to respond to you, welcome you to Montclair. I have a resolution tonight that asks the county, because we have 20, let me get this clear, maybe the police chief could answer this. None of our roads are above 25 miles an hour, are they? Our town roads? Okay. Wait a minute. Oh.
Yes, they are. I sent them out.
Well, wait a minute, let me get this clear with the police chief. All of our roads,
Chief, come on up, please.
I
Deputy
want to
Chief.
get this clear, so we get it all clear, because I have a resolution to make it 25 miles an hour. I have it right here. But I'm talking about the county roads, because I understand that ours are already 25 miles. Chief, am I wrong about that?
I believe you're right, yes.
I'm correct.
Well, there's county roads that are,
Right.
that are higher.
35 miles an hour, right.
And then the municipal roads are 25, I believe. Part of it changes, it goes 35 to 30.
No, that's not. You can go on the county map. I talked to
All right.
the county commissioner Beal about this. Our section is a town road. It's the only town road that's 35 miles an hour. There should be you should,
What?
Councilman Russo, with all due respect, you should add that section. It's where the Van Vleck Garden is. It's where the Montclair community soccer and field hockey field is.
Okay.
There are kids there all the time.
Someone just say one thing.
Right. Chief, why would
Well,
that
let me just
still
make
be?
one suggestion here.
Why would-
A lot of these roads, we've done study after study, and we've recommended engineers look at the roads for years now. So this is nothing new. Many times we had preliminary studies, and we said, you know what, the data doesn't show anything. However, take a look at the road a little closer. We're not engineers. We enforce the law, but there's a lot of changes that can be made in this town based on an engineer, not on the police.
Okay, let me just
When
get
you
it
say
clear.
the data,
So I don't know if your data, what you're telling me is correct or not. I'm just telling you, get the right people in, have them look at the roads.
Right. What the gentleman is saying that's confusing me, because we all know that Upper Mountain is partially county and partially municipal. Nobody's ever been able to clear up with me when it
I don't have an
starts.
answer from you right now. I thought the road does change. He's correct about that. I got what you're saying, but I don't have it in front of me.
Right. Right, so there is a problem with people maybe going 35, and then when you get to the part that's the town road, they still think it's 35, okay? That's easily corrected when we can put a 25-mile sign that reduces it. Now, let me just explain something to you all. The first thing that happened to me when I was a councilman in the first ward was Margot Walter on Park Street came to me, and Walter Lack. They asked me to please do something about the speeding on Park Street, which is a road that's parallel to Grove Street, as you all know, and it's parallel to Valley Road, and everybody used Park Street to go through. And they were going 40 miles an hour. So what we did was, the residents came and asked us, Margot Walter, particular resident, said, can you please put some signs up, because there's only one or two signs on the whole street that said 25, and it's a town road. So we put a sign on every single block. And everything slowed down. When everybody saw those signs, 25-mile-an-hour signs on Park Street, everybody slowed down for a few months. Because then they realized there's no way the police can keep patrolling everywhere. They have an impossible job of trying to patrol and enforce this. So after a while, people still went back to speeding. But at least the signs did have an impact. So I'm saying if some signs could be placed at the point where the gentleman says it becomes a town road, we have a right to put signs like that. But here's the question. My resolution tonight asks the county to let us, it says that we would like to make all county roads of a limit of 25 miles an hour, which would then be in coordination with our town roads, so then everything would be 25 miles an hour. But I haven't read this yet. Hopefully we're going to get to this. We do have something on the agenda, though. This is a new item on the agenda. We do have something that's very good, which makes the zones around 4 schools 25 miles an hour. We've identified those at county streets. Again, county roads, which are the Valley Road area, Grove Street, and Elm Street. So we do have something we're probably going to do that we all agree with. This one that I'm putting forward, I know Councilor Schlager said she'll second it with me. We haven't gotten to it yet, so we'll probably get to it, so be patient. But I wanted to just get it clear. The town speed limit is 25, and it's the county that's 35, where people sometimes go 50, you know? So that's where we've really got to work. Thank you. Thank you, Chief. I'm sorry to
well,
bother
certainly,
you.
I'll note to that other ordinance that we do have on here, Plan 2, we've had conversations with the county about reducing that speed limit in those areas to 25 miles per hour. Not on other roads, I'll note. We haven't had that conversation. We have had the conversation on the ordinance, the resolution that we have in here tonight. They've asked for that resolution to kind of affirm that commitment.
Right.
That's around the school zones specifically. But maybe Chief, Deputy Chief, while you guys are up here, if you could speak to the issue you noted before, data, right? And I think we all, myself included, little kids, we all step out and say, hey,
Right.
everyone looks like they're going fast to me, right? Or near my street or whatever else. Like, what are we seeing data? We hear I've heard a lot of conversations, what impact COVID have, what change in driving habits. We know impacts of maybe changing a speed limit versus structurally changing a road, right? Night and day impact in some ways. We do have this Vision Zero task force, which is supposed to be looking at things comprehensively and looking at the most effective way to take action, right, and go at that thing first, and then the next thing, and the next thing, and the next thing, right? So you guys, obviously, police, when I say you guys, right, the broader police play a big role in that, right? You do have data on incidents that happen, on accidents, et cetera, which should help guide some of this work, right? We see where there are issues, where there are areas that there are a lot of accidents, a lot of other injuries, other, people that are hit. Otherwise, we should be guided by that to make sure we're addressing those spaces as quickly as possible and then beyond. What are you seeing with the data? Where's that at? Give us a little bit of a comprehensive overview as to your perspective as to what you guys see. I know that working with the Public Safety Committee, you guys can take deeper dives, of course, and appreciate that. But maybe a little bit while you're here, just give us a little bit of a sense as a full council, and then maybe any couple questions that my council members have. I don't want to extend this too long, but a couple
I'll do my best because I didn't prepare nothing tonight. So when we talk about data, a lot of times we'll do the studies, and the data doesn't come back the way we'd like because the studies may show that the mile an hour was less than we thought. But even though the data shows that, many times we've suggested, take a look at it
Hold on.
further.
Excuse me. Yeah, I know you're about to say that. Yeah. We can hear it. If you don't mind, please, if you have a conversation, we can take it out into the hall so we can hear it, the chief. Thank you. They did. Okay, great. Okay, thank
But there's been, let me just change this. There's been many times we have suggested from the data, there's issues, whether it's a traffic light needs to be looked at, a stop sign, whatever. We push those along. That's just one component of what we do. We do the enforcement. There's some understanding. I heard one council person who's not here right now said that we don't enforce Montclair residents, was so furthest from the truth. I don't know why that was set up here, but that is not true. We enforce everyone across the board. There's engineering, there's education. We meet with the students. We do traffic studies. We do safety studies. We do everything we're supposed to do. Now, there's many other issues going on. There's parking issues in town. There's events going on all the time. And then there's the other component where we're doing other things aside from enforcement. We're doing, whether it's dealing with the mental health issues and the daily calls. But when you say data, we've done many, many traffic studies, and we've gathered a lot of data, and we'd forward that data to the engineering. Where it went from there, I have no idea.
Okay. And the data that you come back with, I think the ones that certainly interface with us most regularly are around the request for stop signs, four-way stop signs.
Mostly are
That's the
stop
ones that
signs, and
we
I'll give you an
see.
example. DC Young had a car in his house. The data probably showed down there, it didn't need anything, but common sense said put a stop sign down there. So the data is always not gonna show what you want, but then common sense, sometimes you gotta look at it and say, maybe we gotta do something about this. Councilman Cummings said, maybe just trimming the bushes. There's always something that could be done, but it's not gonna be solved up here tonight in one quick conversation.
Yep, I don't think anyone says it.
And we do meet with the Public Safety Committee. Councilman Terry's on it now, which is great, former police officer, deputy chief. We're willing to work with everybody, but there's just a lot going on around the enforcement. I feel it's not true, for one. The cops are out there enforcing. They're doing a lot of work. We, myself, DC Young, have never shied away from talking to anyone up here, any committee or anyone in the town. We've always made ourselves available. So to hear certain things, they're just not true. We'll meet with anyone, but we do not control everything. There's many components to this.
Yeah. Well, we'll just ask you to keep engaging, especially around the Vision Zero task force and liaisons that you have there.
Yeah.
Specifically, I think, at least for me, and I'm sure others too, around some of the things that are the most effective. I mean, we heard Councilman Russo tell the story about, you change the sign and it works for a month or so, right? And then
Right.
it goes back to the speeding. I think some of the data I've seen is really it's changing infrastructure and some of those other things that have lasting effects. But, any areas where you do have data that helps show what is effective and what isn't effective, that information is, again, going to be very helpful to the task force
Right.
as they look through and say, this may feel good, but the data shows it's not working, or this really works even though you think it might not, doesn't make sense. All the data you have, data is still important, and we ask that you continue to share that.
We'll share whatever we have to. We're always there, so.
Thank you.
Chief, the one resident asked me a question about, would you need more funding for the traffic and safety section of your department? So I know we're going to go through the budget, but you allocate things.
We just
in
added
general.
someone in the traffic bureau.
We don't get that specific, do we, when we allocate money?
Yeah, we do, depending on what we're looking for.
Okay, because that's
There's-
one recommendation is we get more money.
There's
today.
information, we put out something regarding the study, so we have different signs out there so we can collect more data, actually. That was put into the budget. There's
Thanks.
message boards out there.
Thanks for
There's
clearing
lot.
up this 25-mile speed limit issue. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I'd just like to have a statement also that education, what the chief just said, is very, very important. I would say that the majority of people that I've stopped in my career, they have no idea how fast they're going. They never look down at the speedometer at all. One of the things that we talked about in the public safety meeting the other day is putting up more of these signs that have the speed limit on it, so they know exactly how fast that they're going. And that might sound crazy, but people don't look down at their speedometer. So we're going down to the league this week. Hopefully, we'll be able to take a look at some common devices that they do have down there. And I'll be glad to meet with the Vision Zero Task Force, and discuss some of the findings that I do have down there.
Excellent. Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Schlager?
Yes, on what you were saying, Chief, about statistics versus putting up signs, the corner of Chestnut and Central is a perfect example. Traffic studies have been done there over and over again, and it never warranted a four-way stop, but common sense prevailed, and one was put up recently. It's made a huge difference.
Right.
Huge difference.
We have a few of those.
It's the corridor of of Chestnut with all the schools on it. So on Friday, I drove from Bloomfield Avenue to Lorraine Avenue. I happened to be going up in that area. There were two signs. One coming up to Montclair Kimberly Academy that said reduce speed, reduce your speed, school ahead, and one across from the Acme that said the speed limit zone ahead, or speed limit check ahead. Those were the only two signs. And then I drove home, back the other way. There were. I know it's a county road, Valley Road. So there were no numbers, no speed limit signs. How do we go about getting that from the county? Does anybody know how to get a sign from the county?
You get the county administrator, who's our former mayor, to get the signs. So we asked
Once that
Robert Jackson.
deficiency is
Is there-
recognized, we can initiate that request from the county.
Okay.
And we'll put some attention to that.
Okay.
for you.
Two signs, that's it, two. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
And our commissioners, Brendan Gill, Carlos, we have we have good connections. We have juice, but it doesn't seem to, be sweet enough or something. Thank you, and Will Forever Young, just want to say to you, thank you for all your help with this. And whatever we do, we know you'll try to enforce it. It's not easy, but you have to try to enforce it as much as you can. Because we're going to reduce the speed to 10 miles an hour across town.
Any other questions for the Chief Deputy?
I slipped.
Gentlemen, thank you so much.
All right,
Appreciate it.
thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Oh, don't worry about it. My name is Erica Clark Mitchell. I'm a resident of Montclair. I live on Gordonhurst Avenue. And 2 weeks ago, I saw a woman get hit by a car. It was a Ford F-150, and it was, she passed away. And I knew she passed away from the moment she got hit. I've never come to a town council meeting, so this is my first time seeing all of your faces. I've seen your names. And I know we just talked about traffic safety, pedestrian safety, quite a while. And I understand that there's a Vision Zero task force, and I heard a lot of discussion around the data. And I will tell you that I have lived in Montclair for about 8 years, and that was the, I believe, 4th pedestrian accident that I know of, the first one that I actually saw. So if you are looking for data, I am here in person, right? And I also am from Brooklyn, from Jersey City. I spent a lot of time in Hoboken, and I am troubled to hear statements around, we don't want more stoplights, it's stop and go. If other communities are able to go down to 0 pedestrian fatalities, which I understand Hoboken has, within, I think it was a time period of 20, well, it doesn't matter what the time period is, right? They figured out how to successfully go to 0 pedestrian fatalities. I am concerned that the discussions in Montclair are not centered and started from that viewpoint that we want 0 fatalities. Not, oh, we can add more stop signs, or we can reduce the speed limit. There are already best practices in place. You don't have to make it up. They exist, right? And so I don't know what happens as a result of me coming here and speaking. I am a person of action. I would love to understand where this, 0 policy committee is, what happens as a result of me coming here and chatting with you and telling you about my first-person experience, which was devastating, right? I have a son who's 13 who rides his bike all up on Valley. I have a mom who's 80, and thank you, Mr. Cummings, for giving that lovely tribute. She is a member of the Dewdrop Center, and she will be going to the services. So I am deeply vested in ensuring that my mom is safe as she's walking the streets, that my son is safe as he's biking with his friends. And I would love to know, who do I connect with to ensure that that happens?
Thank you. And I'd say specifically, Hoboken has a Vision Zero task force, which is how they got to the point of those 0 fatalities, which is what we've implemented here in Montclair as well, right? So the goal is to have the same results. That's the hope. And they will be looking at those best practices, et cetera, also coordinating with grant opportunities or other things. That's the goal of the Vision Zero task force. As you maybe heard earlier, if you remember hearing earlier, they have begun to meet. You heard some of the questions that were asked around that, et cetera. So they will continue to do that work and come forward with recommendations to try and get us to that place.
How do I get in touch with whoever's in charge of this?
You can talk to
Town
the
manager.
town manager right there.
And if I may.
Councilwoman Price Abrams.
Yeah, Erica, yeah, I just want to, thank you, and also Patrick, you just a witness, and it was your dog, it was just a person you saw. I mean, it's horrific to watch something tragic like that happen, and so I just want to acknowledge, thank you for coming and just sort of sharing that part of humanity. Here, to echo the mayor and what we've been talking about this whole time, I mean, it's not the only thing, but there is a coming together. There are people who are with the Montclair Bike Walk Coalition and the statewide. We have like the right people who've been all assembled. It just got off the ground and meeting on Thursday this past week. So we're not 1 week into actually taking action, but it's just gearing up. So if you want to make sure you leave your information either, with the clerk or, let's know how to get in touch with you. If we can enlist you in any kind of support, thank you for your offer. And anybody else in the room. I mean, I know I've talked to my neighbor here, Howard, and we've all had a lot of conversations, so we know this is all very serious. It's being taken seriously, and just appreciate that this, groundswell. I know the next comments probably are related as well, so let the next folks talk, but thank you.
Hello, my name is Jessica Tillier. It's so nice to see you all again. I didn't get a chance to welcome you, Councilman Terry. It's very nice to be up here. I just so appreciate the fact that, it was maybe 165 days late, but we did get Vision Zero up and running, and I really appreciate that. I want to be a message of hope tonight, which is the Montclair Bike Bus. I'm the founder of the Montclair Bike Bus, along with a few other folks here. We have 300 children that ride with us every Friday. Thank you. That represents, actually, the amazing thing is the same percentage of people in Portland, Oregon that regularly ride their bike. That's how many children and grown-ups ride in the Montclair Bike Bus. In Portland, Oregon, they have all of the infrastructure that we're talking about. They pay less taxes. They have They have all of the traffic calming measures. One of those traffic calming measures is truly more people walking and biking. And it's been I am a designer. I always am looking at what can I do? What type of change can I make? How can I reimagine the status quo right away? And that's how we came up with the Montclair bike bus, because we didn't feel safe biking by ourselves. So we said, what if we got all of our kids together and bike together? Now what we find is on Friday mornings, on the streets that we bike on, cars do act calmer. People act calmer. I can't even tell you how many people come out of their doors to wave at us every Friday morning. I've invited all of you to come with us. Brendan Gill has said that he's going to come out. Hopefully our next senator, Andy Kim, has said that he's going to come out. Don't let those guys beat you. Please come out and ride with us. We would love that. We asked a few weeks ago for funding Safe Routes to School. So other Essex towns in 2022 collected $3 million in Safe Routes to School funding. We put together a really good grant, and the Economic Committee said no to it. So what I'm here to say is future grants, can you please look for them? Put your grant writer against looking for grants that will make our streets safer. It's going to be another few years before we have another Safe Routes to School grant. And unfortunately, we've missed that deadline, and now we've lost out on over $500,000 that could have made all of our streets safer, which honestly breaks my heart for the children that I represent. It also breaks my heart for the older folks. You know, it's not just kids that are riding with us. It's our town elders. It's everybody. There's all languages of people. The Montclair bike bus is something that actually solves so many of the issues we're talking about because it allows people to get around town in a safe, equitable way. So please give us funding. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Corentin Chevalier. I live on 41 Melrose Place, intersection with Harrison. Good evening, councilwomen, councilmen. I've come here also as part of the bike bus. I'm not the founder, I'm jealous, but I'm the captain in charge of a group of 10, 15 kids, depending on the weeks, rain or shine, we ride. I won't say the statistics again, the 300 kids that ride, but that's what we have on the one hand, together with a city that is a dream of what people call a 15-minute city. There's a very nice blending here, and that's why I think many of us are here. A nice blend of housing, of downtowns, of housing, of activity, etc., that makes it really a town which is designed for biking and walking. This is what we have on the one hand, so many folks, and such an ecosystem which is the perfect one. On the other hand, I have to say that my impression here is that car rules. We have countless stories of people that would like to take their bikes. I'm going door to door to find more pupils to go to Watchung with us. They just don't feel safe doing it. They're not prepared to do it. We have stories of people being also honked at because they use the road, or they put themselves at jeopardy going too close to the curb or too close to the parked cars, because there is a pressure of the car behind willing to pass and making it felt. The law says that we should ride 4 feet from the curb, and we should have a clearance of 5 feet on our left for the cars to pass. This doesn't fully work. So the rule of car is such that on my street, I have some people that do not cross Harrison or wait for the road to be fully clear while there's a pedestrian crossing, because when the speed limit is 25, but the SUVs come routinely at 35 or 40 mph, it's pretty impressive to put your body in front of them. So this doesn't happen. So there is impunity about this. We have people honking for people using the road. We have over speed limits, people putting people's life at risk, and unfortunately, speed kills. Speed kills, and time is of the essence. I understand there's a Vision Zero, which is assembled, and this is awesome. I was a couple of weeks ago here when I think the project was kicked off in this council. I just would like to understand what is the framework, the timeline. I believe that Vision Zero is not the only thing. What can we do today? What can we do tomorrow in terms of enforcement? What can we do tomorrow in terms of revising the speed limits?
And we could do that tonight.
Let's do it then. I've never seen anyone being stopped for, speeding above the speed limit. I'd love to see them. I can count. I don't know if I'm allowed to measure the speed on Harrison, but potentially 80% of the cars are over the speed limit. So let's do it tonight, but let's do it. And what do we do? I see also that the pavement is being redone. The curbs are being re-curbed. Do we seize these opportunities to redesign the streets as per Vision Zero? So I hope that this council can make the difference and make really Montclair a truly role model for the 15-minute city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Aisuf Farbiaj, and I live at 38 Mont Park Street. Ladies and gentlemen of the Town Council, I stand before you today for the first time with a heavy heart and a plea for change. Our close-knit community recently suffered a tragic loss, an old neighbor and a grandmother killed by a car rushing to take a turn at the corner of Park Street in Bellevue. I witnessed the aftermath of that accident. In the face of this heart-wrenching event, we are compelled to confront the urgency of traffic safety in our town. Our beautiful Montclair is seeing an alarming surge of reckless driving. Our neighborhood streets should be safe ways for us to connect, not speedways for catastrophe. Every pedestrian, every child playing, every neighbor cycling is a life that we are all responsible to protect. Let us not be defined by inaction or hesitation to act or delays to action to address this growing issue, but instead transform this grief of our lost neighbor into purpose. I implore this council to prioritize traffic safety measures, to slow down our streets, to slow down our streets, and to shield our residents from the devastating impacts of speeding. We can and should ensure that no family has to endure the pain of such a heartbreaking loss again. While building longer-term solutions, there are very low-cost and easy ways to implement measures now, such as lower speed limits. Currently, it is 25 miles an hour on Park and with lots of signs, but many drivers don't follow it because they're not aware how fast they're going. And perhaps more importantly, the speed limit is not enforced enough. And there are no speed cameras. The delayed green light can help. Park Street in Bellevue doesn't have a delayed green light. And more speed bumps can help on Park Street. Data shows that speed bumps slow people down. We can also do more radars and invest in public awareness campaigns and help fund the bike bus. We should do everything we can to protect our vulnerable. With the rest of my time, I would love to hear your timeline to address this and when we can expect to see meaningful changes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Timeline tonight.
Tonight?
I'm going to propose it.
Thank you. And on Park Street?
Everywhere is going to be
The whole town?
25 if we get this fast. But that has to be enforced, as you said.
Yeah.
We have to educate people, and we have to make people understand. I have a little slogan here, 25 to stay alive. So you put that all over town. Councilor Schlegel worked very hard years ago on a whole thing we even had magnets she created to get people to what did it say, Robin? It was a slogan like that line.
Drive with care in Montclair.
There you go. So stuff like that. And we have to give a message to people, don't come into this town and speed. That's what we have to do. And we've just got to put them signs up, and we've got to get this 25 mile. And gentlemen right there, the confusion is that you're going 35 on Upper Mountain. All of a sudden, Upper Mountain becomes a town road, but you're still people going 35. They don't see 25. My proposal is to make it 15 near schools. In other words, I've got even more extreme proposals. That's because I'm like a radical. I'm too radical for this. But let's do at least what we could get a consensus on, which is the 25 to stay alive.
Thank you.
So I think a number of the things that you've heard from the council here tonight too, from Councilman Terry, talking about ways that, in his experience too, we show drivers how fast they're going, right? And you heard specifically as the ways he discussed that we can help do that. The traffic conversation that the Public Safety Committee has had around that issue, including with the police. Specifically, I think you heard the chief talk about the enforcement that they try and do, which is another huge piece of it, right? I think everybody understands that as a common theme. We specifically have on an agenda for tonight already, right, lowering speed limits around all of our schools, including below 25 miles an hour, I might note, right? So we have that on the agenda. You're hearing, I think the Vision Zero Task Force work that we're talking about. These are the things, right? So if you ask what's going on, these are all the things, right? We're laying all of them out, and that's what's occurring, and that's the time frame that they're occurring in, right? So there's actions we're taking now, like tonight, especially around schools and whatever else anyone wants to introduce. There's actions that we're taking in conjunction with the county. The schools one is an example, because a lot of these are county roads that we're talking about. And then, of course, the actions and conversations that you've heard already in the Vision Zero Task Force. That's the work. Yes.
Hi, Elizabeth Levy on Grove Street. I think a lot of people very eloquently explain the traffic safety issues. Obviously, I have kids. Very important issue. Just want to reiterate it. Won't take up any time. Just want to reiterate lower speed limits, traffic calming, anything that we can do, the low-hanging fruit. I love the 15-mile-an-hour suggestion. That's it. Just thank you. Please continue to work on it. It's very important. Thank you.
Thanks for coming tonight.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Gail Stocks. I live at 68 Brookfield Road. I'm an occupational therapist. I have a doctorate in occupational therapy. I came here today to discuss the recent events at our local library, but first I must address a matter that directly impacts the values of our community. At this very meeting, there's an individual wearing a shirt with a message that is not just offensive, but deeply concerning. This message, displayed prominently, carries hateful, inciting, and inflammatory language. Such expressions, which seem to exclude and potentially target supporters of Israel, and by extension Jewish individuals, are against the inclusive nature of our community. This is not just inappropriate for a public forum, it's especially troubling considering the presence of children who should not have been exposed to such divisive messages. I urge the council people to address this issue presently. Now, turning to the main issue I intended to address, the events at our library involving the group Jewish Voices for Peace. I'm going to call that JVP.
We have no idea what you're talking about on the first issue. Does anybody know what you're talking about?
It's very prominent on the, if you go to the live video feed, there's a person here that's wearing a sweatshirt that has a very offensive message.
I see it.
Okay, well, you guys are great, but we're sitting up here, so maybe we don't see it.
Okay,
Sorry.
if you go to the live feed, everybody's seeing it
I
who's
appreciate
watching
that.
this.
Unfortunately, we're not on the live feed ourselves, but anyway, go on with your second item.
You could see it here very prominently. If anybody would like to draw attention to it, please go ahead. Okay. So turning to the main issue, which I actually intended to address, the event at our library involving the group Jewish Voices for Peace, which I'm going to refer to as JVP as their acronym. I must express my profound disappointment. This organization, which claims to represent Jewish perspectives, is not recognized by any Jewish individuals I know, including those from my synagogue in Montclair. Their event at the library was far from a balanced or open conversation. It was riddled with historical inaccuracies and blatant misrepresentations, serving more as a platform for one-sided attacks rather than a meaningful dialogue. To understand the gravity of this, I urge you to refer to the ADL website, which I could provide you with later. I'm going to quote from there. On October 7th, 2023, when Hamas terrorists invaded Israel, causing extensive civilian casualties and kidnappings, JVP issued a statement pinning the blame solely on, quote, Israel apartheid and occupation, unquote, and U.S. complicity. Statements by JVP leaders and activists further reinforce a narrative that disregards the complexities of the situation and in some instances aligns with overtly hostile positions against Israel. The aftermath of these events saw JVP chapters actively promoting anti-Israel rallies across the United States with instances of explicit support for violence and anti-Semitic sentiments. I urge this council and community members to recognize that just as we stood against inflammatory and hateful messages in our public spaces, we should also stand against one-sided narratives that foster division and fear. Our actions and decisions must reflect our commitment to a community that values truth, inclusivity, and respectful dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Adam Weissman. I am a new member of the Jewish Voice for Peace organization. And let me begin by saying I am disturbed to hear a member of this council falsely casting aspersions on the Jewishness of this organization. These comments are false and deserve apology. And let me second say that to hear this, that the Civil Rights Commission of this town stated that the Jewish Voice for Peace organization supports Hamas in light of the terrible events of October 7th is libelous. And as a Jew, knowing the history of our people in association with libel, to hear libel against a Jewish organization disturbs me deeply. As many of you may know, libel has been a weapon of genocide used against the Jewish people. For centuries, Jews have been attacked with the lie that the blood of Christian children is used in Passover matzah. And so people like my great-great-uncle, who was murdered in an anti-Semitic pogrom during the Passover holiday in Belarus, were made victims of these lies. That same lie was carried over by the Nazis. My great-grandmother was a Holocaust victim from Warsaw, Poland. And so I speak tonight in their memory, and also in honor of Marek Edelman, who was the heroic leader of the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. Marek Edelman said that to be a Jew is to stand with the oppressed and never the oppressor. Marek Edelman was a fervent supporter of the rights of the human rights of the Palestinian people. He received fierce criticism within the Jewish community for this position, but his was also a Jewish voice for peace. And so we as Jews, every Jew can tell you that every Jewish child knows one story, the story of Rabbi Hillel, a great Jewish scholar who, when approached by a man on one foot, asking him to tell him, to summarize Judaism for him as he stood on one foot, said that which is hateful to you, do not do to others, and all the rest is commentary. And so I, as a Jew, when I hear that that not only the Beit Salem human rights organization in Israel, but also the Israeli commander for the West Bank is describing attacks against Palestinians by Israeli settlers as pogroms, a word that, for my own experience and for the experience of all Jews, has a terrible history that invokes for horror in us. When I read here that the director of the UN, of the New York office of the UN Human Rights Commission resigned in protest, describing the events in Gaza as a textbook case of genocide. And then 2 days later, the UN releases a formal statement on behalf of its human rights rapporteurs saying that conditions are in danger of approaching genocide without a ceasefire. And now 2 more weeks have passed. Thousands of children.
That's your time. I'm going to ask you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you.
My name is Mary Clark. I live at 31 Stevens Street. I've been a New Jersey resident my whole life, and a Montclair resident since 2016. In my time here, I have witnessed more accidents and near accidents than I can count. Last year, during the Forest Street Festival at Montclair Co-op, I watched an SUV drive through a police barrier and barrel down the closed-off street where minutes earlier, several children had been standing. The driver was a Montclair resident, a parent with kids in the back seat, and narrowly missed causing a massacre. I don't allow my 10-year-old to walk around town or ride his bike on these streets because it's just too dangerous. So I'm very happy to hear about the Vision Zero Task Force. This is my first council meeting. I'm inspired to come because I really want to encourage you to actually follow through on this. This is not a new problem. It certainly has gotten worse, but it's not new. And some of you have been here for a long time. So I'm just very concerned that this will become another initiative and that it won't actually have teeth. I'm glad to hear about the 25 mile per hour speed limit, which is long, long, long overdue. The 15 mile per hour speed limit around school areas is not radical. It's actually common in towns all around here, so we need to be thinking about that. This is all stuff we need to be thinking about now, today, this week, next month, because we're out of time. We already lost someone 2 weeks ago. We need to be moving faster because we're going to lose somebody again next month, and I'm really hoping that I'm not here at the next council meeting after having lost another community member. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Abraham Dickinson. I'll be as brief as possible. I just want to echo what a few other people stated about what's happening in Israel and Gaza. The theme tonight seemed to be education, the overarching theme, but we talked about traffic, et cetera. I have reached out to several rabbis the last month or so, and actually I started reaching out with the Kyrie Irving situation, because we thought some things that were requested upon him was a little bit harsh, a little bit overhanded. That being said, I think there's a lot of confusion. This is where the education comes in at, to what anti-Semitism is versus racism as relates to racism. And if you happen to speak of a fact, whether it's a likable fact or not, is the anti-Semitism. That's where the education part comes in at. I don't think a lot of Americans realize that in Israel right now, most of the polls showing 76% of the people there disagrees with what's happening in Gaza on that level. If you're trying to get back the hostages, then we should be doing this surgically. What's the old saying? You don't throw the baby out the water with the bathroom tub. Most people understand that even at some of these hospitals, Hamas is holding a country hostage. I mean, most of you really understand the history. The closest to any peace agreement might have been in '95, but because some people don't seek peace, Isaac Rabin was killed. So Jewish issues been on my radar since grade school. Most of my teachers were Jewish. From a principal, Mr. Ackerman, Mr. Shapiro, from high school, Ms. Miskowitz, and the Holocaust was something that you got an education on because it seems to be related to slavery. We were taught that we were allies. At times, I'm not sure if black folks and Jewish folks are allies, and that's where the education point need to come in at. I came in tonight, besides the point of talking to the rabbis, to have a large forum at Montclair State, the university. That's what a university is for, to foster voices, not to quell voices, okay? I've never seen a time before where we're quelling voices at liberal universities. Wow, wake up. So it seems as though that when someone's voice doesn't agree with another voice, where it perceives to be powerful or not, that there's a shut up, I'm gonna turn your water off, you're not gonna have a job. Now we talk about tropes. Now, if you're making statements like that, then you're feeding into people who use those tropes to say that you have the power. At the end of the day, the town council, I would like to see you guys foster a way, maybe Dr. Baskerville somewhere, to have a large forum at Montclair State University. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, council members. My name is Amy Veach. I live on 535 Upper Mountain Avenue, and I've been here in the past to talk about Upper Mountain Avenue and Mount Hebron, the corner that I live on. And I think when I last came, Vision Zero wasn't a thing yet. It was, and it is, and I thank you. I thank you for taking action. I can't tell you what it means to have some movement in progress, because I feel like it really matters, and I see it every day on my corner. This week there was another accident, and I feel like, I know that Councilor Herlock, you've talked about doing an engineering report, and I look forward to hearing more about that and seeing what happens and seeing safety measures put in place. And Councilor Russo, thank you for putting forth a 25-mile speed limit throughout the town. Yes, I I can't tell you how much I appreciate that in the movement. I would even ask that we take it a little bit farther with school zones at 15 miles per hour. I feel like the 25 miles, 30 years ago, the cars were much smaller, they were sedans. And now 62% of the deaths are from SUVs and trucks. And we're dealing with an entirely different vehicle and status of vehicles on the roads. If a person is impacted by an SUV at 40 miles per hour, their chance of fatality it's imminent. They're going to die. And I feel that 15 miles per speed limit or per hour for a speed limit in the school zones is really, for the times for today, for the cars that we have and the cars that are being driven, we really need to bring it down lower. Every reduced speed, as you know, it saves lives, it really matters. And I'll just leave it at that. I'll say thank you. Please back up the action, back up what you're doing, and let's make change, because I believe it's possible. We have an amazing town and community. And as residents, we want to be in our streets. We want to walk to the park. We want to walk our kids to school and feel safe. And I really believe we can make it happen. So thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. Don't walk away just yet. Sorry about that.
That's all right.
So we have been working very diligently on that corner, as we have been on a lot of the corners, just so that you know. I know you and I have been corresponding. I
Yes.
think we may have spoke a couple times. We did have the Public Service Committee meeting with Councilman Cummings and Councilman Terry as well. I've been working with Mr. Lapola. We've been working with Mr. Scantleberry. We are having some of those shrubs addressed as well. So the
Thank
steps are
you.
being taken, and I
Good.
wish we could go a lot faster than we do. Believe me, no one's more frustrated than I am and we are up here. But I just wanted you to know that we are taking steps. It's being addressed. We found out where the bottleneck was, unfortunately, which was with the engineers, as the chief of police just said this evening to us. They have been doing their studies, they've been getting them done quickly, and for whatever reason, they weren't coming out of the engineer's office. I assure you, they will be coming out of the engineer's office. Several of us have spoke up here. I know I spoke with Mr. Terry, I spoke with the mayor, so that we have to apologize for, quite frankly, but we are working. Nothing ever goes as quick as it should. This is a public safety issue. It should go even faster. And I would love to see the speed limits reduced around the schools. I live very close to a school in Upper Montclair, and it is insane what I see in the morning. And I've actually been out there in my front yard trying to do whatever I can. Of course, I have no authority to enforce anything, but I hear what you're saying. Please know that we are on top of that intersection as well as other things that we've talked about here tonight. And I thank you for the time that you've put in and for coming here and bringing it to our attention and working with us, quite frankly.
Well, thank you.
Is your house the one that says "Slow down, bro"? The big sign.
It's my neighbors across the street.
Oh, your neighbors. Okay.
Yes.
Because my students pass by, as I do when I go to Montclair State, and they took a picture of that sign, big banner. And that should have some effect. Maybe we should put that all over town.
You
Slow
know,
down, bro.
It's funny, we've been watching, my neighbor and I, and maybe it helped a little bit, but I feel like it's more of the, like the message point for us who live there on that corner. It's like, just as a reminder that, you know, that you've already heard my stories about that corner and the accidents, the cars that end up right at that spot. So, yeah, slow down, bro.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Mariana Horta. I'm from Gordonhurst Avenue. I have something to share with you. I have been attending our budget hearings, and I see a pattern that is just not sustainable, unfortunately. Since I moved to Montclair, we increased our police and fire personnel budget alone, just firefighters and police officers, because that's what we have in the user-friendly budget, so it's easy to analyze the data, by $10 million in 7 years. When that happens, our other departments can't stay the same size, because we can only grow the budget by 2.5%, right? You have two caps, one on the tax levy, one on the budget. So what I've been seeing at the budget hearings is that there are two departments that are pretty much entitled to have a certain FTE count. It doesn't matter how much the FTE count costs. And I'd really like to have nice parks too. And it's just reality. You know, I think we're on a collision course with reality. By the time my daughter graduates high school, if she survives this town, we won't have anything else. We only have a police department. So that is just not sustainable. I would like for you to look at this, because if you've been passing budget after budget after budget, you really need to have been looking at this trend. I can't be the first person to notice it. I must be the 1000th. And and just as I show you this, I'd also, something I asked last year but I didn't follow up, is there any chance to send the folks in the Vision Zero Task Force a complete list of the streets and the sections of streets that are going to be recurbed and repaved this year, because we're at the tail end of a 30-year process where we were supposed to repave all the streets, so we just missed a huge opportunity to affordably make some infrastructure changes, to have some self-enforcing infrastructure that would actually keep us safer, because unfortunately, education does not change behavior. There's plenty of experimental data to show you that education does not change behavior. Education about speed limits, education about traffic laws just does not change behavior. If you drive on a street where it's really easy to speed, you end up speeding. I've been doing an experiment where I try to drive no more than 20 miles an hour in town. And as soon as I start listening to music and being a little bit distracted, I'm about 25, because the streets support that. But it's not actually the safest way to drive. If we had streets that are designed for us to drive at 20 miles an hour, 15 miles an hour, very few people would be able to speed, right? Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, and certainly noted of your points. I'll just say one of the things, obviously, as the conversation as you're hearing today, right, one of the most important charges we have is public safety, right? So obviously that is why one of the forefronts when people are talking about how do we enforce speeding, how do we enforce all these things, right? It does take people to do that. I hear you.
Works 24 hours a
I
day.
agree with you.
It
So
does not have a pension. It does not,
fair.
Does not take vacation.
You're not going to hear an argument from me. I think you heard in some of my comments before
Yes,
that often it's
we're on the same wavelength.
we're on the same wavelength.
Yeah,
So
but
infrastructure, all the data I've seen also does do a lot more than any other piece. But I will say, back to your, and it's not a back and forth, but I'm just sharing with you that when you talk about officers and what's needed, I think it was striking to me even years ago, and not that many years ago, hearing the schedule we had run with the number of officers we had, I was unbelievably shocked that despite our police force, by the time you had somebody at headquarters, by the time you had somebody at booking, you know this way better than I, by the time you had somebody at the dispatch location, by the time you had somebody who was processing for it, all of that, we had at the time about 4 officers on patrol in all of Montclair at any given time. Hold on, I'm not here to. So, fair, okay. If you'd like to sit out, because I'm just speaking here at this point. So, at that point, seeing that there's 4 officers on the road and hearing all the challenges that we face, we switched to the Pittman schedule, which allowed for more overlap of officers. Remember that at the time, you were with me on that, which added to the budget, by the way, significantly, because you have to compensate to make that happen. But it allowed us to increase the number of officers on patrol from about 4 cars, getting up to 6 or 7 cars, right? But I am always very surprised that when you talk about the number of officers you have on the department or everything else, if you want the kind of coverage that people, I think that's going on or out there with a number of officers, you need a lot more people. They need a lot of people out there. So I hear you. I think we are on the same page. I think infrastructure is a key place. I think on the good side there, we have been investing in infrastructure every year. So it's not just it's ended and we've missed, but we do every year. We've committed to infrastructure and we will continue that work. I know moving forward, I hope, with this body going forward. But just noting with police, you asked about increase in their budget. That is one of the reasons. I know we've switched to that scheduling. And from there, public safety being a primary concern and all the people who come forward here, who oftentimes when we see whatever the thing is, a rash of burglaries, when we see trying to address people who need help or all these other pieces, when they often hear there's 5 police cars, 6 police cars, now thankfully up to 7 police cars on the road at any given time, they often say, can we have more, right? And so it's that back and forth we're constantly going with, but I appreciate your thoughts. Thank you.
Marianne, I just want to ask, where did,
Is there any chance they will get the road scheduled so that maybe we can get the
The
infrastructure
town manager would be able to
repaving
find if we can
this
get that.
time?
Thank you.
Marianne, I just want to ask, where did you get this? Did you make this up?
Yes, out of our independent budget.
It's off your user-friendly budget.
Now, this is from the budget meeting held the other day, right? Or whatever.
They're online.
Well, I didn't even know there was a budget meeting, so. Not going to get into that, but thank you for the information. I didn't know there was a budget meeting.
Hi, good evening. My name's Josh Calmer from, I'm actually visiting here from Livingston, New Jersey. What brought me here was the event that you guys had at your library yesterday.
We didn't have the event.
Well,
You guys
it's a
had.
town building, so to me, it's the town. And as you can tell, I believe firmly in divine intervention, so before I go into my points, I just want to say good for you guys for doing Vision Zero. It was actually my first internship job in college back in the day at New York City DOT, so I hope you guys follow through with that. It'll be really good for the town. So my points about yesterday, I was just disappointed when I came to the event because it was billed on its flyer even as an open conversation. It clearly wasn't. The information that was being presented by the presenter and the organization that he represented was both hate-filled and non-factual, and I'm sad that the library didn't filter that out and allowed it to go on. Towards the end of the event, finally, after about an hour and a half, when there was finally supposedly an opportunity to ask questions, and I put that in quotes because the organizers of the event and the speaker himself clearly had an agenda to shut down anybody who had any opinions other than his own or their organizations. So they were shut down, and actually the meeting was ended pretty abruptly right after that. And like I said, I understand that the opinion already has been voiced that it's not a town event, that it wasn't a town event, but it was in a town building. And I just can't imagine how a town who probably believes in the slogan, like most of our towns here in Essex County, that hate has no home here, allowed such an event to go on. And in addition to that, and I'm sad that, Mr. Mayor, you said you didn't see it, but the young lady over here sitting in this yellow sweatshirt, I'll point her out, has been sitting here the entire night with a very hate-filled message on her sweatshirt. And I'm actually surprised that she's allowed to sit there the entire town council meeting, and it was pointed out to me that there's a video camera actually videoing her the whole time. So it's actually pretty shocking to me and disappointing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, hold on. What's happening?
Good evening. My name is Lonnie Summer Padilla. I'm a resident of Montclair. Unfortunately, I'm not here to talk to you about the things that I normally come here to talk to you about, although I'm still wearing my Pilots to School pin. I am a little nervous to talk about this, but I feel like I owe it to my ancestors and my grandparents who were Holocaust survivors to not be silent on this. The event that was held at the library yesterday, I actually just came from their board meeting over there and spoke to them, was advertised as a conversation, as the prior gentleman said, and it was not. And in fact, it was a didactic presentation primarily, and anyone who tried to speak was in opposition to what they were saying or to offer a different viewpoint was shut down and threatened to be escorted out. They also handed out this book to every single person. It's a pamphlet, it says, to every single person who attended the meeting. And I just want to read to you from it. On page 16, it says, "This trauma has sometimes limited the Palestinian movement's strategic wisdom and exaggerated the moral and practical value of armed struggle. And it has sometimes even justified violent terrorist reprisals." They were justifying terrorism in our Montclair Public Library. They were allowed to speak. That is inciting violence. That is not free speech, okay? That's dangerous, especially like to say something like that when we have families who have had family members die in 9/11. To say something like that is unbelievable. And should never have been allowed. I don't know what the process was that they went through to vet this group, but that group is not about peace, okay? So I know that you're able to appoint the people on your board. That's one of the things you're able to do. And I really, really strongly urge you to speak to them at the very least, if not find new board members. In addition, the council perhaps can pass a resolution that says that JVP, Jewish Voice for Peace, has proven itself to be an organization that harasses and incites violence against certain groups and individuals, and that their participation at the Montclair Public Library is not in the public good. And I know that you can't really do much more than that, but the manager could as a result of that. And I just want to thank the mayor and Councilman Russo and Ms. Schlager, or Councilwoman Schlager, for coming to the event last week. And also, Lori, thank you for being there yesterday.
Thank you.
Just want to make it clear, the mayor appoints the library board members exclusively. The one power the mayor still has, doesn't have the Board of Ed appointments, and the mayor also sits on the library board. Just so everybody, I'd like to educate people sometimes on how this government works or doesn't work.
And just to further educate you, the, or designee, which is there now. But go ahead.
Hi, my name is Alan Chorn. I teach ethics at Montclair. I was...
At Montclair
State University.
Montclair State
yes.
University.
Exactly. I was fortunate to be at the event yesterday, and I just want to say, just as a witness, I didn't see those books. I didn't get a book. It could have been that I didn't notice. I did come in later on. I also didn't think that the purpose at the end when the question and answer session was happening was to prevent one side or the other, but I thought the tension, the voices raised, too much emotion, was probably a good idea that it was maybe cut short a little bit. And that being said, I didn't think it was a bad event. It was a really difficult event, like so many things are really difficult now with this situation. But I just think, I'm glad that Montclair did it. I'm glad that I could go and share with my students it's about the sensitivity of the issue, and I'm glad that JVP and the Quaker who came there came and at least tried to present it gently. I understand that people are not going to agree on the facts, but at least it was an attempt at a gentle, peaceful process. So we have this hope that both in our classes that somebody who's very concerned and thinks that Hamas absolutely needs to go could sit and talk with somebody who's very concerned and thinks the Prime Minister of Israel needs to be voted out. That somebody whose main concern is that the hostages need to be freed right away could sit and understand somebody whose main concern is that the bombs need to stop dropping in Palestine. And this is part of free speech also, but it's also part of compassion and patience maybe. So I would just like to congratulate Montclair for having the event as difficult as it was, and I hope people can move towards peace. And thank you.
Hello, my name is Eileen Birmingham. I'm a resident of Montclair. I'm here today to talk about the budget, but I do want to just say it's been a very difficult meeting, and I'm really sorry for all the people who are obviously suffering so much in our town right now, and all of this trauma. It's hard to watch, and I'm so sorry. But I'm here about the budget because these meetings, we learned a lot from them, and We learned a lot about significant needs, pending lawsuits, maintaining a clean water supply, updating the HVAC system in the library, hiring engineers, unprecedented retirements in the Department of Community Services, understaffing in almost every department was mentioned, questions about whether we are paying sanitation workers more than minimum wage. Yikes, because that is backbreaking work. And as Mr. Cummings has pointed out before, data indicates that sanitation work is among the most dangerous in the country and probably in this town as well, since we do have a very serious problem with traffic safety, as has been pointed out by many people. And all of this is somewhat puzzling given that we already have such a high municipal budget. Just a quick comparison, since we are doing comparisons, if we had Westfield's per capita budget, our municipal budget would be about $68 million, but instead we are close to $100 million, and that doesn't even include utilities. But we did not learn, so we learned a lot, but we didn't learn why we would possibly need to hire 11 additional firefighters or why they need over $1 million in overtime. And I know when this is brought up, we hear a lot about the NFPA 1710 standards mentioned in these conversations. And I have to wonder if there's any other town in New Jersey with a population under 50,000 who even thinks about them half as much. There's not. Montclair, at current staffing levels, could meet those staffing standards. Westfield, again, would not meet half the standard. And just again, by way of comparison, if we wanted to have Westfield's per capita fire department, we would have 48 firefighters. If we wanted to do it by taxable property, we would have about 38 firefighters. And if we wanted to do it based on geographical size, we would have 33 firefighters compared to Westfield's 36. And just again about the NFPA 1710 standards, they apply to career fire departments. So if you happen to have a career fire department, they apparently apply to you. And so towns like Toms River, a population of 100,000, where they don't have a career fire department, it doesn't apply. So just to be clear, Westfield, they apply similarly to Westfield and Montclair. But the reason why most towns can sort of reach these standards is that they very explicitly say that you can use mutual aid to meet these standards. And I will stop talking, but I will just say, based on data, there were 15 structure fires in Montclair last year in 2022. Can we please get data on how many times we did not meet NFPA standards? Please, Mr. LaPola, for actual structure fires, which is what 1710.
Thank you.
Can we please get that data?
Hi, Colleen Doherty, dear Mayor Spiller and councilors. My name is Colleen Doherty, and I live on Warman Street. I wanted to be present for the budget discussions, and I've only watched like 15 minutes of it. But my children were off from school last week, and I have a full-time job, and I'm a divorced mom with 2 kids, and I have a full-time job, and I have a side job. And there was no way that I was going to be able to leave work and come here in the middle of the day. So please, just going forward, can we give some thought to who we want to participate in our government and how we can make things a little bit easier for people to participate. And again, I want to mention that having virtual comments, I love nothing more than coming up here and looking everyone in the eye, and I'll do that all day long, but a lot of times I can't do that. I can't leave my kids at home, I'm working, I just can't do it. So if we could please think of ways to have more participation in our government from our community and make it a little bit easier for our community, that would be really, really helpful. As everyone contemplates how best to prioritize expenses in this year's budget, I must again advocate that we give some thought to allocating revenue from pilot fees to the school district. To do this, you will have to take a long, hard look at the current spending in our municipality. I have my own thoughts on how to prioritize that spending, and I know that other people in our community have their priorities: senior services, parks and recreation, affordable housing. These are all worthy things to prioritize. But what concerns me is that we spend so much money on public safety and fire suppression that these other issues are going to continue to get squeezed out. I want us to really take a long, hard look at what we're spending and really just back it up with data. If we could do that, that would make me happy, so happy. Thank you very much.
Mayor, if I may. Colleen, before you, is it
Please.
I want to clarify, when were the sessions? They were some daytime, some evening? I thought I saw it.
Required to have the department heads present their budgets to me. And this is not the final budget. This is basically encourage them to put everything on the table. Requesting additional, an additional dozen firefighters doesn't mean anyone's getting an additional dozen firefighters.
You heard from them.
This was filmed on, it was live on Channel 34. It will be rebroadcast multiple times for anybody to watch, but there was no public participation in this time. In other years, they did it during the workday.
So I was just curious, when was it, Michael? I'm sorry.
It was Thursday and today. Wednesday and
Morning,
today,
like
sorry.
daytimes, you're saying?
All day.
Okay. So I also didn't have the opportunity to take part because I was also working all day. and
It's not, it's, under the
wasn't-
statute, it's not for the council
I
to take part
understand.
in.
I mean, but we would all learn something in any case. So it's recorded in such a way that someone could go back and watch it, or it's just going to air again?
Rebroadcast on Channel 34.
No, what I'm asking, is it on YouTube that someone could go back and
It's
watch it their own?
I'm sure
Okay.
it's available.
So to the
Yeah.
extent, Colleen,
It's
I'm
on
just
YouTube.
saying, I'm not, maybe you could offer, what time would you like it to have been? Because I'm not really sure. I'd like to know what the real
Someone
what's
someone
the
told me that
request?
these, I know when the school has something and they want to have input, they do it after the working day is done.
And then someone's going to say they
so-
had, sports and they had to make dinner and like,
I
so
get
there's
it.
never going to be
There's
a
no
good
good time. So
Right.
maybe a good compromise would be have some of it in the daytime and have some of it in the evening. I will go back and watch it because these meetings that's where the special sauce is. You know what I mean? That's where you get to really hear what everybody wants. And I think as an accountant, I think that's the important part of this budget process. You get to really hear what people's needs are, and you get to sort of develop what priorities are.
But I do just want to respect like what you were trying to ask for. So it sounds like he took his budget meetings with his department heads, made it public for everyone to.
Well, it has to be public.
Hang on. Okay, so it's public, but it was done at a time that some people could watch, others couldn't. They could go back, and you're encouraged. And maybe we can think about this through our communications channels. How do we let people know they're happening more than we may have already, and make sure that they know they could submit questions through whatever that portal is that was created before or by email.
There's
like,
a portal
let's invite
for
the people
questions?
to do those
Is there a
things.
portal for questions? There's no
Just to be
portal
clear, I
for
don't think there's any
questions.
questions.
Yeah.
No, but I mean,
There's
anyone's, you're welcome to ask questions of anyone anytime. If a question comes to you because you've listened and now you want to know something, you can always pose a question. I'm just saying, making people aware, it sounds like that's what you're looking for.
And
You'll
what I'm
figure
also
out your
looking
own.
for, I'm also looking for the ability to have other ways to communicate with the town council, specifically virtual communication, to be able to comment virtually, to be able to not leave my house because sometimes I'm unable to leave, and be able to call in and express my comments on something going on in the town. I think that's important. And I understand that I need to come here and look everyone in the face. That's important too, but it's not always possible. You know, think about the seniors that don't like to drive at night.
Just,
you know what I mean?
know we're over your time and I just invited you back,
Yep.
but I just want to say, I think really email and hopefully you'll be, responded to. So I encourage people to use the various tools available and hopefully, people are being responsive, and I invite further conversation.
Okay.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Colleen.
Hi, I'm going to stand to the side of the podium and explain my sweatshirt, which is not racist or anti-Semitic. My sweatshirt says anti-Zionist vibes only, and the reason I'm not a Zionist is because Zionism is an ideology which hopes to create a Jewish homeland in the well, you've all seen my shirt now, into the historical place of Canaan or Palestine. One of the reasons I'm not a Zionist is because I'm Palestinian and my father is a refugee. When you create a state for Jews to the exclusion of the indigenous people, it pushes those people out. I am not going to support the ideology which made my father a refugee, and that is why I'm not a Zionist. That does not mean I do not want Jews to live in Palestine. It means I do not believe in an exclusively Jewish state that pushes out the indigenous inhabitants. I believe the attacks levied against me or my character, or saying, for example, children should not see my shirt, is a microcosm of what happened at the library. I'm not a racist. I'm not an anti-Semite. However, there were insinuations of this because of my shirt, because of an idea that I'm expressing. Ideas were put forward to be expressed at the library, and people were suggesting then that those people were terrorist sympathizers, racists, anti-Semites. This is not the case. As I was attacked, JVP is attacked. I also would like to offer you, Councilwoman Abrams, an analogy. The NAACP, undoubtedly an organization to advance African Americans in America. No one would say this is not an African American organization. That being said, white people are allowed to be members. This is the case with Jewish Voice for Peace. The leadership, Jewish. The organization, primarily Jewish. However, my mother, a Muslim, is a member of the organization. I have worked in conjunction with JVP many times. I, however, am not a member of JVP because, honestly, I think that they're sometimes even diluting their movement. I think maybe for people who don't understand, it would be great to have an exclusively Jewish movement for Palestine, but I understand that they want to work with the people they're supporting hand in hand. So, just as I'm not a racist and anti-Semite, and I'm not a Zionist, there are people who are not Zionists who support Jews and want to advocate against what is happening in Palestine. There should be places and forums where people can talk. If there is hearsay that there was racism, that should not be cause to just shut an organization down. There needs to be an investigation. There needs to be comprehensive studies. There needs to be you need to have evidence before you go and obstruct First Amendment gathering and speech. Otherwise, I know it's not remanding exactly, but otherwise just telling the library you should have a look at this on the basis of other things you're hearing from people is indicating that you're just willing to take at face value what opposition is saying rather than look at comprehensively what this organization stands for, who they're comprised of, and whether or not they're actually advocating for Hamas or terror organizations or something of the sort.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. That is your
Thank
time.
you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Lauren Berman. I live on Highland Avenue. I've spoken to you at the majority of your meetings for over a year now. You've all seen I don't talk about myself. I don't like to talk about personal life or anything like that ever with you. Things have been pretty horrific since October 7th, right? I mean, every time we are on social media, I mean, Lori, Robin, right? It's a constant, never-ending propaganda machine, and that's fine. I don't want to talk about that. I don't want to talk about the Middle East. I want to talk about the budget. I want to go to the library and live my life. And that's what we can't do now, because I don't know if anybody watched Dan and Bash's 2-hour special on the rise of anti-Semitism that was on last night. It's been up 488% in the past week in the United States. And there have been a lot of discussions tonight about having a conversation and having a dialogue. Personally, I think it's kind of naive to think that a Montclair roundtable is going to solve a centuries-long geopolitical crisis. But to give you a sense of how it feels to most American Jews to hear that suggested, the way that it feels in my stomach when I hear the idea of sitting at something like that is probably how you felt about sitting at your Thanksgiving table in 2016 after the election, right? I mean, I just want to be able to live peacefully and go about my life and not have to talk about these things. But the reason that I really wanted to talk tonight was because shortly before I came here, I got an email and I had this pit in my stomach of, oh no, is this going to be another bad thing and it was actually really great. It was from Donna Ward, who is the president of the League of Women Voters, but she's also a family friend of mine for 20 years. And it was the League of Women Voters putting on an event at the end of the month, which is the speaker to talk about the problems with misinformation being spread because of the First Amendment, and how things like what happened yesterday can fall into to the mainstream, essentially. And I'm very pleased to see it's being hosted by the UU Church, who I understand was initially intended to host JVP yesterday. So I'm extremely thankful that things like that are happening. I'm extremely thankful to Councilor Bryce Abrams for speaking up, even though I'm sure you knew that you were going to get the type of reactions that you got tonight that are not deserved, but you did what you knew was right. I'm extremely thankful to Krista Rappaport for having spoken up as well, for allies like Chrissy, who has been dropping her everything to advocate against the anti-Semitism that's going on. So, I mean, there is stuff going on, like Will Rogers, look for the helpers, right? We have the helpers. Thank you for being one, Lori.
Hi, everyone. Peace, salam, shalom. I work for the Fellowship of Reconciliation USA, which is the oldest interfaith peace and social justice organization in the United States. And that young lady there is my daughter. And her best friend growing up, since she was this big, was an Azerbaijani Jewish girl across the street. And when their mom was eating grape leaves, cooking grape leaves, I was cooking grape leaves too. It was a beautiful symbiotic relationship, exactly the type of relationship all the Palestinians I know, every last one of them, wants to have with their Jewish neighbors in Israel, a place, let's call it the Holy Land. We want our Jewish friends and neighbors to be safe. It's been a long night for everyone. I will just say two things. The scenes from Gaza, and please, if you haven't seen them, watch Al Jazeera, watch Democracy Now! So far, more than 5,000 babies have been blown to, children have been blown to smithereens. These are civilians. The 1,200 people attacked by Hamas were civilians, innocent civilians, and that was a horrific crime. It was a crime against humanity. It should never have happened. And the response, unfortunately, of the Israeli government is also a crime against humanity, using the most state-of-the-art weapons available on this planet, which still are not discriminating between Hamas and innocent lives. I will close with a quote from Dr. Bernice King, and the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King was actually a member of the Fellowship of Reconciliation, and our organization was founded in 1914 in Europe, but a handshake between a Germanman and an Englishman, and they promised no matter what happened between their countries, they would never go to war. They will always be brothers and be in fellowship. And now this is an international organization with branches in more than 50 countries. And so the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King was on our board. And Dr. Bernice King made a statement recently. She said, "Certainly my father was against anti-Semitism, as am I. He also believed militarism along with racism and poverty to be among the interconnected triple evils. I am certain he would call for Israel's bombing of Palestinians to cease, for hostages to be released, and for us to work together for true peace, which includes justice.
Thank you. That's your time.
Ceasefire now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Joanna Rothenberg, and I'm actually visiting from Livingston, New Jersey. I came to speak about what happened yesterday at the library. I was here. I know a lot of people have said that everyone seemed to be attacking the JVP organization, but in fact, it was really the opposite. When it came down to the part of comments and questions and so forth, we were shut down. Every time someone had a question or a comment, it was literally shut down. So much so that there was a point where I don't know who this person was, but he was an elderly man, picked up the mic and really shouted out so loud, "Shut up." And if you don't recognize that as being shut down, then I don't know what else other example you can use for shutting someone down. And as far as freedom of speech, I'd like to point out that since I've been sitting here this entire time, that person right there, sitting in the back, has come to my, as what I called, personal bubble, which is something that you're taught when you're in elementary school. Everyone has their own personal bubble. Set boundaries, don't come into my space, I don't go into your space. He came to me. I wasn't talking to him, didn't provoke him, and he just came to me and is antagonizing me and saying, it's called freedom of speech. Why? Why do I have to be sitting here being harassed when I don't even know this person? Not only did he do that to me, but he did it to someone else. And I, you know, I'm sure that people here, you all noticed that. You had to notice that. I mean, I was sitting literally right there. Why no one said anything or stopped him? He did it twice. Not just to me, but to the person sitting behind me. So when you say that this is a safe place, Montclair Public Library, when you say it's a safe place, it's not a safe place for us to come out and speak, right? It was supposed to be a safe place. It's the public library, right? It's supposed to be safe. But then when you have people like that person right there antagonizing you, intimidating you, coming to you unprovoked, like just scaring you, how can you say it's a safe place? No answer, right? No one has an answer. And her shirt, I understand, okay, freedom of speech, you have the right to wear what you want, and but her shirt that she's wearing right now, it is an antagonizing way. It is to intimidate everyone else that's in here. It is not a freedom of speech type of thing. It's not a, please let me finish, because I know there were others that were up here.
I'm going to let you finish your sentence.
Thank you. I was just saying that because I saw you looking at me.
I did the
I didn't
same
mean
thing.
any
I'm gonna let you
disrespect.
finish your
I'm
sentence, and
literally
then-
so nervous right now because I don't like to public speak. So it's taking a lot for me to be up here and say this. But I have to tell you that yesterday, it was very scary. And to have my 11-year-old ask me if this is how it's going to be for the rest of her life, being Jewish, is a question that I don't think any parent would want a child to ask them. I don't know what to say to my child when she asked me that. I have 3 kids.
Thank you.
Thank you for hearing me.
Okay. Hold on a second. All right, with that, I will close public comment. So public comment is closed. And I will just start by saying this as we move to a number of items in our regular business. I think it is not lost on anyone up here, and certainly in our community as a whole, that these are unbelievably difficult times. I imagine if I speak to almost anyone in this space with differing views, I could pull anyone aside and they might feel that they are being attacked by someone with a different point of view. They might feel that they are being antagonized by someone with a different point of view. They might feel that they are being placed in an unsafe space by somebody pointing them out or calling them out. They might feel that they are being unsafe if somebody yells something out. What we always try and do, and granted, when we heard some talking, we said, please step outside, so no one is, but we always talk about it. It is important to let every single individual have their moment to speak, free from interruption. It is important that when we come together with differing views, that we understand that when someone has a different view, it does not mean they're a bad person. It does not mean that they have ill intent, right? We have to assume good intent and hope that they do, and certainly if there's an appropriate action or something along those lines, we have to address it. Now, that is easy to say when things are easy. That is easy to follow when things are easy. It is harder when we are all stressed to our limits. It is harder when we feel unsafe. It is harder when we are worried for our families. It is harder when we're worried for our communities. That is true. I think I speak for myself, but I know for my colleagues also when I say, we are in spaces to show solidarity. We are in spaces to show support. Some of you have cited them tonight. We are in spaces to note that we collectively are all representatives of this community, and we stand with one another and by one another in these difficult, stressful, scary times. And that is when it's harder to say it. It's when it's harder to do it. It's when those bonds are tested. It's when it's easy to be fractured. It's when it's easy, despite all the things you may preach and say in normal times in Montclair, all of a sudden it's harder to do right now. But that's when it's the most important. That's when it really matters, to realize that we're a community, to realize that that's still my neighbor, to realize that that person is not all of a sudden a bad person. We absolutely have to respect one another and come from that position. And we have to do all we can to make sure that each and every one of us feels safe. And there are little things we can do, even in meetings. If someone's approaching someone else, you shouldn't be. If someone's calling out when someone's speaking, you shouldn't be. Quite frankly, if we're pointing others out or sitting there with a different point of view, we probably shouldn't be, right? These are spaces where we should allow each other the moments to express ourselves, to express our differences, but to do it in a supportive and safe space, even though we may vehemently disagree. It's hard to do. It's hard to do. This is not a, look how you do this. It's hard to do, but it's something we should continue to remind ourselves of each and every day and each and every moment that we can and that we have to, because that is the only way we are going to stay united and do the best that we can to support one another. So with that, say something? Councilwoman, did you want to say something? I saw you.
Well, Mayor, I thank you for how you wrapped that, so I don't want to say too much more because I think it was well said, except for to just distinguish the roles and responsibilities of the library. It is public space, it is in our town, but they are an institution that had to figure out how they adhere to, and I believe some of you were at their meeting, they're reviewing if they had the right protocols in place, if they didn't. It's not the purview of this body, and that's all I just wanted to, we're welcoming of anyone who wants to come and share perspectives as we have listened. But it is not ours to tell them how they must do their, how they appropriately designate the public's use of the space that's available. So I just wanted to distinguish that and really just, respect. If we mean we value diversity, then we have to understand we don't all think and share and think everything the same. But so we're allowed to disagree respectfully. It has to be respectfully. And some of it's very deeply personal. It's not like your favorite color. We're talking about the things that are at our hearts. But we, speech appropriately is matched with perhaps different speech. That is the fabric of democracy. And that's what I want to say. Thanks.
Mayor, I just want to say one last thing maybe. I've studied these historical issues for so many years. Since I was a high school student, I got a history award. I think they gave me Stillness at Appomattox at Barringer High School as a history award. I was the best history student. Then I was the best poli-sci student at Rutgers. And I teach at Montclair State now. My best professor was Dr. Walter Weicker, who told us all about, and I was in school there at Rutgers in 1967. Dr. Weicker told us all about the 1967 war. And I started to get to understand what Israeli citizens have been through with neighboring countries trying to destroy them for so many years. So in '67, I was educated by Dr. Weicker, and ever since then, I've had a very, very determined feeling, and I started to study the history of Hitler. And I realized that Mussolini, Hitler, all these dictators, there's a great book that's called, it's called Tyrants from Mussolini Till Now. We have some now right in our world. I don't like Bibi Netanyahu. I don't like him as a leader, okay? He's like a Trump. But I don't like the people who attacked Israel and took people as hostages. I went to that event after I had to speak at the Senior Citizens ADU event. So I went about 3 o'clock at the end. I met and talked to so many people, rabbis and others, and I saw the table set for 240 empty plates. You've got to get these hostages home. That's number one, safely. And we don't even know where they are. We don't even know, we know who they are. We don't even know where they are. We've got to make sure that people who are innocent, like children, are not killed. I support President Biden and his approach and the Secretary of State's approach. Too many Palestinians have been killed. But we've got to stop Hamas, and really Hamas has to be eliminated. How do we do this? What Hitler did in the 1930s and 40s to the Jewish people can never be repeated. I start from that position. And when people, I had an uncle, let me just tell you this, who used to condemn Zionists. He always condemned. He was an Italian uncle. And all he did when I was a young man in his house, we went to my grandmother's house, he was there, hated Jewish people, hated Zionists. And I never even knew what he's talking about, really. And now I see, you know, if you wear something that offends people, I know you have a message, but there was a class that I was holding once at Monmouth University where there was this kid, and he's in there with a shirt on that says, "Let's go Brandon." It was only about 15 students. Most of them were young women. They told me to get him out of that class with that T-shirt. I didn't even know what it meant. Let's go Brandon. Then I found out it was a hostile T-shirt towards President Biden. And this kid was a very bad student anyway. All he did was come in and drink soda and laugh and joke. And after I did say to him, if you could possibly not wear that shirt because the other students feel very intimidated and offended by it, he just dropped the class. I didn't tell him to drop it. I didn't tell him he was bad or anything. I just said, you're really annoying and intimidating the other, especially the women in class. I learn every day about these things as a professor. But I know one thing. The state of Israel has a right to exist. And the Palestinian people have a right to have a state. The two-state solution is what I've always sought and what Dr. Weicker told me about. So we've got to work this all out, folks. We didn't sponsor that event. I worked very quietly behind the scenes for several days through my friend Ilmar, who's on the library board in the past, Ilmar Venderer. We were all trying to find a way to diffuse this situation, to not have this event be explosive. Now, the night before, there was a meeting of the library board, which I thought was a very good meeting, because 100 people came on a Zoom, and they all got a few minutes to express themselves. And I watched it all. And I think that's a great thing to do. You know, get everybody on, everybody wants to come on, talks, and nobody really interrupted each other, nobody fought with each other. That's the kind of thing that's good. But having a meeting at the library where people feel intimidated or feel like they were being left out or feeling that they're being cut out, I don't know. I didn't go to it. I don't know how this all happened. Montclair is a place that we should all preserve. It's a mosaic. It's a mosaic of everybody. The whole world is here in Montclair, okay? And we've got to preserve it and got to work together on things. But there's certain basic things that I cannot accept. If anybody is acting like Hitler, I get angry, okay? That man was the worst in the world. And I really have to tell you that this was started by Hamas, and they must be stopped. And the Jewish people in this town and the 3 synagogues that we have to be feeling safe, and Palestinians have to feel safe. So we have to really work together on this to come to a conclusion that is not going to lead to more and more intimidation and more fear. I can't have my friend, Lauren Berman, feeling she can't go to the library. I can't have my friends who are Palestinians feeling like we're attacking them. I want to see everybody work together. I'm going to meet with the imam who said he grew up where I grew up in Newark. I want to meet with everybody I can, but I tell you, I just talked to the professor from Montclair State over here. He's going to join my union, which he should be part of. Unions bring everybody together. And there was a woman here before who was attacking the mayor, okay? Matt, you know the mayor and I, we ran together, and the mayor and I have differences, okay? I might be running against him, or I might be supporting somebody running against him. He might not run again. Who knows what's going to happen? The point is that woman just walked out as he was speaking. But do you know the mayor heads a union that is like my union, AFT. And I don't like when people attack our unions. So I have a little problem with that woman's comments. Anyway, I just told you my feelings, and I just hope everybody understands and works together. But we cannot tolerate the destruction of Israel and it's anti-Semitism and attacks upon Jewish people, which has gone on for so many years. And my wife and I watch the Ten Commandments every year, okay? All she does is want to watch Moses and what had happened, thousands of years ago. But I'm just telling you that we cannot have Hitler come back. And Hitler is coming back with these skinheads all over the United States, these terrible, terrible guys marching around, bringing Nazism back. There is a Nazi movement in this country. And we've got to stop it because it's anti-black, it's anti-Catholic. They used to burn crosses. The Ku Klux Klan, we can't have that. That's not America. It shouldn't be America. But I'm warning you all, right now, we could wind up with this guy who should be in jail being our president again. And he tolerates, and he wants to fan the flames of all this hatred that we've seen. So let's try to fight that. Thank you. I'm sorry, Mayor. You should probably thank me for what I said, huh?
Okay. So, with that,
I'll go back to
we'll move to the agenda. We have our new ordinance, as I mentioned before earlier. We do have an ordinance O-23-37, which is an ordinance to amend Chapter 327 of the Code of the Township of Montclair to establish school zone speed limits around schools in Essex County roadways. I so move.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. As I noted before, and I think was alluded to, if not stated outright, specifically on county roads and county roadways, the township does not have the right to dictate what the speeds are. However, in conjunction and conversations with the county, we had conversations around schools and trying to lower the speeds there. They said they would be amenable to that. We are putting forward a resolution. This resolution is asking them to do that. It does have to be them to do it, but we are confident that they will act on that recommendation as they asked us to put it in a resolution form to do this. So this is specifically around the schools, and the speed limits are listed specifically there as well. And it's been moved and seconded and now open for conversations, comment, and action. So, Councilwoman
Yes.
Schlager, let's go that way, and then we'll go by Seymour.
So I see one of these is on Valley Road, between Bel Air Drive to Brunswick Road, which is the strip of Valley Road that I drove on Friday that has no signs. So I see that on letter B here, it says new speed limit shall not take effect until corresponding signs are posted. So I would assume that the township signs can go up. They go up fairly quickly. We have them in abundance somewhere in a storeroom.
Mm-hmm.
So this piece of Valley Road is a county road. Are we allowed to put up signs on their behalf?
I do, Mr. LaPaul, I would say probably not, but I will let, right, I don't think so. Yeah.
No.
But I think a quick question, they won't deny us. We just got to see what their process is. They're very amenable to work with us.
So can we find out what their process is, like Councilman Cummings suggested? Because there are none at all around that area.
First.
Yeah, it would do a second. Yeah.
So the Grove Street and the other Valley Road, those are county roads as well? Correct. Okay, so that we're going to discuss all those. Is Elm Street also?
It's a continuation of
Origin Elm.
Oh, that, yep,
Yes.
okay.
Oh, the growth.
I didn't know if it continued after Bloomfoot. Great, okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Mayor, I just
Councilwoman-
have one-
Hold on. Councilwoman Price Abrams was up, and then I'll go to you. Councilwoman Price Abrams?
Thanks. I just wanted to reiterate again, I did check in with the Laura Torchio is the chair, I guess, of the Vision Zero Task Force. I just wanted to touch base with her that we had a few things on the agenda. Wanted to make sure, obviously, I think the optimal thing is we just get this done. That was definitely her view as well. But this is the realm of things that I think will be done in a sort of a calculated, orchestrated way. What do we tackle? How do we do the, whatever you want to consider low-hanging fruit? You know, this is a very fine and excellent thing that we're doing. You know, it'll begin to make a difference when we start slowing people down for all the reasons everyone spoke to already. So I just want to acknowledge that we're ahead of a few things right here, but it's all good, and I think we're going to continue building. That's it. Thank you.
Mayor, just a
Councilman
question, maybe I'll ask the manager and the town attorney, where it says 20 miles an hour that we're reducing the Elm Street. Now, that's at our Bullock School area. So it says 20, everything else says 25, and I'd love it to be 20. I think we could do that all across, but is there a reason, and I know that there's a light there on Elm Street, so I'm just wondering, with a light, did we need to do this? But, you know, I like seeing 20 miles an hour. Is that something that's just a mistake, or is that a recommendation of the engineer?
Just a straight and make a left right out.
At Bullock School,
These-
20.
Well, these are all the memos from the engineer, so these are all recommendations from the engineer as to their speeding.
St. Mark's Church.
Yeah, I see what the engineer says. They want 20 miles per hour on Elm, so fine, that's fine with me.
Mr. Mayor, I just have one request. that we,
Councilman Cummings?
We also consider daycare centers. Go out and look around and see where daycare centers are located and
That's there.
potentially include them as well.
Mr. LaPola, I'm sure you heard that. Okay.
Mr.
Mr. Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, if I could, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've got a couple questions as well, and I agree with Councilman Russo. I think they all should be 20 miles an hour. I don't know if that's a substantive change or what has to be done to effectuate that, Mr. Mayor, but I would advocate for that, for sure.
They're friends.
And I would also, I mean, I think this is great. I would have liked to have known more about it as the ward council person for, and I know Councilwoman Schlager and I just discussed this for her ward as well.
Yep.
Because two of these, one of them is very close to my heart, actually, and I'd like to see more done in that area as well, because I've seen firsthand what goes on there. But I would like to make all of these 20 if we can, and then also, again, encourage enforcement of this. Please, you need these, there's some great ordinances on the books in this town, but they're just not enforced.
Yep.
Mr. LaPola, maybe I'll turn that question to you. I know that the engineer did recommend these and had conversations with the county based on such, and I know that they were receptive based on those conversations. My only concern there is that the deputy mayor notes, and probably broad support, lowering them to 20, though, in a conversation that they didn't have that about lowering it to 20, we do need to rely on them. Go ahead.
We'd have to start over to reduce it to 20, because we'd have to get approvals from them.
But we could ask them at
We
20.
could ask them.
Reject it. I
So
support
might I,
Councilor Erloch's request.
might I offer then that let's move these, if you're, you hear where I'm going with this. If, let's move these, let's go ahead and ask for that request.
Okay.
If that request is granted, I think you've got uniform support here. Let's go back.
Thank you.
I don't want to stop.
No, that's fine.
Perfect here.
I want to
Let's-
move it as well.
Mhm.
I just don't want it to get lost in the sauce, though, because there's a lot of times we pass something, we're going to come back to it.
Never do.
And it never sees the light of day.
And let's
again.
get the clear answer.
make
If
sure
we-
it sees
the light of day,
if- if-
Quickly.
If the manager,
Please.
if the manager comes back, we'll know clearly if they're like,
Trust
heck
me,
no,
the-
or something.
And
I mean,
to
we'll-
to
we'll
Mr.
ask.
Cummings'
make
point
sure
as well, which
we're
I think is a
aware.
good one, there are other schools, not just daycare centers, as David mentioned, but, there's Lacador Academy, there's a lot of other schools.
Darren
I know
School.
in my ward, all of our wards, that could benefit from this as well, Mr. Mayor. And I would ask again that the engineering department look into that as well. Some may be on county roads, some may not, but I think we need to get this nailed down.
And just to that point, Mr. Mayor, I think probably the reason there is almost all the township roads have been reduced to 25 miles an hour, remember? So granted, that one spot that we note there's a flip here, we talked about it tonight.
Right.
But by and large, all town roads are 25. So if they're on that, probably the reason many might not be on here is because their speed limit on that road is already 25.
And I know that there's some that are still county that are not on the list. So, to your point, which is a good one, yes, we've addressed most of them, but I know there's still a couple outliers out there that I'd like to nail down.
Well, Mr.
Please.
Paul, I think from our conversation, you
I already
understood, you
sent the
got
engineer
the,
an email.
good.
Thank you.
I'd just like to ask the town attorney, would it have been, as Councilor Hurlock has just made basically an amendment, would that have been a substantive change?
It wouldn't matter. This is first reading, so we could do it if we so choose. The issue is around the county and the conversations that occurred with the county there to get them to sign off on these numbers.
Right, but if the county gets a request from us to do something, they could reject it, we could negotiate. Why don't we just do the 20 miles right now here instead of 25? Because as Councilor Hurlock said, we may not come back to it. Once we've done this, we think, well, it's done. I really want to take action tonight. I want to think 20 miles, as Bill said, is what it should be around schools. And we should do that on our own streets. This is for county roads. This is four areas where there's schools. I'm glad I brought up that, why is it that the engineers say 20 miles per hour near Bullock School on Elm Street, but the other ones, which are in the north end of town, First Ward and Second Ward, are only 25?
I think that's a
It's
good
not
question
consistent.
to give the engineers an opportunity to respond, and I think
Okay.
Mr. Lapola is going to make sure that the county knows where we stand, and so we move this, and clearly, I'm quite sure this will be on the next agenda to get this done, because I'm sure Mr. Lapola will be in touch with the county officials tomorrow, and some, I'm sure, are watching this meeting who live in town.
I'm totally confident that the county officials that we know and work with would go along with a 20-mile-an-hour reduction. But
They already are on Elm Street.
So I said, I'd go along with that, Bob.
I mean, you know, I'm trying to just.
I think the issue also would be, is, this council can't supersede the governing powers of the county commission. And so if you put it in, it will have no effect unless the county until the county approves it. So I think if there is an agreement in line to do the 25 and the council wants to move forward with that, that's great. If you want to go back to the drawing board, as Mr. Lapola says, and move 20 miles an hour, you have to go back to the county and make that request.
Well, that's what this would be, a request.
My understanding, though, Mr. Burr, with all due respect, is that it was the Essex County Engineering Department, not the governing body, nor the commission, thank you, right, Mr.
Right. Well, the
Eason
recommendation to change traffic regulation has to come through a study by the engineers and for the county roads.
Understand that, but they're not the elected officials, as you just
No, but,
indicated.
right, well, no, I'm just saying, but they have to make the recommendation to the commission. They can't just change the engineers can't just change the speed. They have to make the recommendation through a study to the commissioners, and then the commissioners will then, pass that or adopt that
So
recommendation.
my proposal, without being a smart aleck, would be that they look at the 20 miles and not the 25 when that's so presented. That's all.
Yeah, that's what I thought we're going to move this.
At 20.
And-
I'm looking to move it at 20.
We're amending it to 20.
Deputy Mayor wants to amend the ordinance to
With
20
Mr. Rousseau and I
miles.
believe Ms. Schlager and
Councilwoman Price Abrams and then Councilman Terry.
So I'm just noticing, even as the schedule goes, we're meeting again in 8 days, which is too soon for a second reading. So we could move it tonight either way. We could put it in the format that the county gives us permission in 8 days, and then actually the second reading of whatever we end up with won't happen until the December meeting anyway. So honestly, we can move it any way we want right now. We'll see where the county.
do it at 20.
That's fine, so I'm just saying, it won't make any difference in terms of how fast, because we can't have a second reading next week, if I understand correctly.
That would be correct.
So we're not going to get this on the agenda for a second reading till December, so whichever way you want to go, let's just move it.
Wait,
And then
you're
on-
saying wait till next week to do it?
I don't mind whatever you want to do right now. I'm saying we'll have the opportunity to make the inquiry with the county, but I think we can just move it either way, because we can't have a second reading in 8 days' time, so it won't happen again till December. We'll have time to fix it next week if we have to. So right now, let's just move it whichever way people want to move
Wait,
it.
you can't do it now and then fix it next week. You have to
Yeah, you could.
decide now what you're going to ask for, and we're only asking, and believe me, the county is not going to fight us on this, okay? And this is coming from engineers from the desk of Norberto Hernandez, who's a part-time engineering consultant with us. It's a memo to Michael LaPola, not to any of us, by the way. I'd like to note that. It wasn't going to Bill Herlock or me or anybody else, and it's a very nice justification for the 20 miles an hour on Elm Street. Why can't the same thing be done on Grove and Valley?
Change them all
Let's
20
make them
right
all
now.
20.
Let's do it. So can we have
Will
a
you
second
support
on
that?
that?
I seconded, Bill.
See, yeah,
Bill.
Actually, you moved it. I don't, whoever,
No,
I'll
you
second
moved
it,
it,
I'll
I
move it,
seconded
as
it.
long as the damn thing gets
Councilor
done.
Russo agree on something, it must be maximum.
You know what? I'll agree to clap with that one for once in the 12 years I've been
Hold
up
on,
there.
Councilman Terry had asked.
I have a question.
Councilman Terry?
If the county is not involved, is it enforceable?
No.
That's what, there you go.
To
And how you going to enforce it?
Well, to Councilwoman Price's point, Price Abram, sorry. The fact that the ordinance can't go on for a second read at our next meeting, you could table the ordinance tonight, put it on for first reading for, and tell me if I'm overstepping here, Ms. Clerk. Put it on for first read next meeting, which is next Tuesday. That will give Mr. LaPola an opportunity to speak with the county and see if they're amenable or the suggestion to do the 20 miles per hour. That would just be one way of looking at it. Otherwise, you can go with the deputy mayor's.
But then I lose 8 days under your scenario. And I
No, you
wanna-
don't lose
I
8
don't
days
wanna-
because.
Why
you don't
wouldn't
lose
I? I'm
8
passing it tonight and the clock ticks tonight.
Yeah,
for
but
the
you
second
can't,
reading.
you can't adopt it until
December
the,
anyway.
until the
December
first
meeting.
until the first meeting in December.
I want it tonight. I'm not going to go back and
I'll
forth.
support you on that.
Thank you. I know we have 4 votes, so.
Okay.
I have
so
one
there's
other
a-
question.
Councilman Terry?
These reduction in the speed limit, is this just for school hours or is this 24/7?
They lay it out in the.
It says it in the line.
It is limited to certain
Okay.
hours. It is limited. It's all laid out.
It's when
Okay.
it starts, when it ends, recess time.
Gotcha.
lunchtime. It's all spelled out here.
Our only argument is-
It also mentions, what did it say here? Flashing school speed limit signs are operating during recess and before, and drop off and pick up. Where are those flashing school signs? Will they be installed?
Many of them are up already. I mean, I've seen them. Some of them have the flashing school speed limits. Not all of them, but you're asking, so I drive.
And the memo
I
says
see
the
it.
county is interested in providing more signs.
So they are, okay.
The
So I-
county will work with us.
So there's a motion to amend, right? To all 20, correct? Right, so I just want to show, so motion to amend, moved and seconded. Let's go, Madam Clerk, call a roll, motion to amend to the 20 miles an hour. This is just if we pass it, we'll have to vote on it again.
Correct.
So we're passing.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yep, go ahead.
Counselor Cummings?
Who put this forth?
If you think it's good, just vote on it. Don't, no.
It's 10:30, man.
Yeah.
I'm asleep. Yes.
Okay.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Terry?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Now I know, as amended, I so move. Second. It's moved and seconded, Madam Clerk.
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Terry?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Mr. LaPola. Just the reverse of how it was asked before. If you're hearing that despite our resolution, the county won't go to those levels for whatever reason, if you could let us know as soon as possible within those 8 days so that we can take appropriate action if we need to.
We will take
Oh, man.
Now, Mr.
Okay.
Mayor, there's another resolution. The other resolution is to make all county roads 25 miles an hour, which means the whole town would be 25, which is what everybody's been asking for. And it just says, whereas the council is interested in protecting health and safety of residents, been many serious accidents, it's Studies have found 5% increase causes a 20% increase. Reducing speed will decrease the number of serious traffic. Now therefore be it resolved by the Council of the Township of Montclair that the Council of the Township of Montclair hereby requests Essex County to reduce the speed limit of all county roads to 25 miles per hour in the Township of Montclair. And that's what Councilor Schlager and I discussed. I so move.
And I'll second.
Just moved and seconded. Questions? Yep, Councilwoman Price Abrams?
So I wonder if we shouldn't reflect on this, while acknowledging school zones are subject to not 25. We just have to fix the language, I think, now that we've made some places by our request 20. So, subject to.
Or hope to make them 20. But yeah.
Well, the whole thing is subject to what they say anyway. So I just think we're not asking for every county road to be 25. We want to acknowledge that we're asking to be 20 in the area school zone. So could we pass that in spirit and ask our attorney to draft it?
I don't think we could pass in spirit, but I think we could maybe say, if I'm hearing you, the modification is to ask that any county road that is by request or currently exists that is not already 25 miles per hour or below, we're asking them to consider lowering them to 25 miles per hour. I think that captures it.
Okay, and because that 20 is only.
Moved and seconded.
Did someone get
right?
that?
So I think that captures it.
Someone got it?
Well, the clerk.
Say that one more time,
You'll play it
Mayor.
back.
Any county road that is not already 25 miles per hour or below, either currently or by request, which would be these ones, right? We are hereby requesting that they be lowered to 25 miles per hour.
That's good.
Right?
That's good.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay,
So we
and
got
clerk,
that.
Madam Clerk, you heard that, and you have the recording anyway, so. Any other comments?
I moved it. I don't know if anybody's.
I moved it already, but yeah.
That's right.
Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Terry?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes.
Thank you all.
Next is Resolution R-23-223, which is approving the authorized execution of certificates of completion for the project that we have here, Seymour Street. I so move. Mr. Lepola, this has come back to you 2 times now to ask to get specific answers around the bus and the parking there. What is the answers? Is your microphone on?
Additional bus space cannot, if I've got the issue right, is the additional bus space in the back, based on what the design was, cannot be accommodated.
Correct.
So I don't think there's anything left for us.
Well, what happened to the plan that it already had it there? So, and that was part of it. So what's the answer to why it is not there?
That the planning board looked at for
Right.
a year.
So the history here, because I looked into this, was basically we screwed up. Whoever built it screwed up.
Well,
They didn't.
I want to see in writing an answer as to why it is that if plans that were approved and specifically contained that in the plans, which I remember them having it, and I remember the planning board approving it with them in there, somebody tell me how it does not have that space there, if it does not.
Mr. Mayor, I'm with you 100%. I've talked to Jason Gleason at the bid about this. I spoke to Mr. Scantlebury about this, even Bob Jackson about this. The bottom line, believe it or not, I even called Ira Karasik. And what was supposed to be done wasn't done, and that's why the space is not back there.
I think the issue with getting it in writing is figuring out where along the chain of it's supposed to be done, it stopped being done.
Yeah, well,
I appreciate that that's the
yeah, that's-
outcome. I want to know in writing, right, because then we can track back. If it was approved to the planning board, I know where it did get to, right? It got to through our level, it got through planning board level. If it didn't happen on the end, there's a gap there, though, between planning board and
no,
outcome. And where in the process did it not happen?
The construction of the location. They didn't carve out enough space.
Well, then that is the reason then why we need to look at this closely, because if it's on their side of things and their issue that they didn't do it, then there is a cost to that, right? I use that in air
Correct.
quotes.
That's a good point.
But let's find out what that is, because then that cost will be determined. by
It
this group.
wasn't this council, it wasn't a council I was on. I just know this became an issue for me, just seeing all those buses outside of Wellmont.
no,
wondering,
I remember you
why
started the
didn't we
conversation.
have that? And so the history was looked into, and it was just, it wasn't done. So if we are able to recoup some costs from this, I think that is something we should pursue.
So with that, I'll table this.
Yeah.
Until we get the answer, is the thing. Okay, moving forward, Resolution R-23-252, which is, resolution approving submission of the best practices checklist on behalf of the Township of Montclair, so move. It's moved and seconded. Any questions, concerns, or, excuse me, comments? Councilwoman Price Abrams, please.
Thanks. Yeah, I did go through this, and, I mean, Mr. LaPola, so we didn't have a chance to talk earlier on it, but I did have a couple that I wanted to ask you about. And I recognize, that the upshot is that we scored, at least at some level, 33.5 of whatever, that we will get 100% of the state aid to which we're entitled. So that's the good news, but there are still some questions as to why we don't do certain things that I was curious about. Maybe you can make inquiries.
Sure.
So on, what's that page? It's page 3, the way they're at the very bottom there, and it's item number 10. Does your municipality have a schedule for road repair and improvement projects based on a priority scoring system? And the answer is no. So I'm just curious, why don't we have a scoring system for priorities? I mean, we have some system, and it's, I don't know what it's based on, but it's not based on...
System that creates priorities, but it's not, it's based on the recommendations of the engineers and not based on a committee decision that uses a point system.
Is that what that means?
That's what it means.
Can you look into that, Road, too? Because my understanding has always been that while it did come out of one division, they did have a way they scored it, which was volume of traffic, condition of road. I mean, that was what we
I'd
always
like
got
to know
used
that
back,
it's
right?
actually
So-
based on certain criteria like that. I
Right.
have to believe it is,
So
but I don't know why
what-
the answer is no.
Right, so Councilwoman, just to give the history, when we were way back, it was just a list, right? And we said, where's this list come from? And they just had this list, and we said, you can't just have a list, that doesn't make sense, it's just this random list that never gets through. They then went back and through the one department said, we are going to, I use the word score here for the person meaning this, score our streets based on what I just said. There was a number of factors. It also made it clean in that it does not just go lobby your council person to get my road paved. It's based on this
Criteria.
system that they came
Well,
up with.
criteria
A
of some
criteria.
sort, yeah.
So why doesn't the criteria that they use count as this, what
I
the
can
council was
ask.
asking?
My understanding
So, I mean,
was in terms of with some of the road improvements, et cetera, we don't do a pure scoring system. It's based on what we fund. Those priorities change on a year-to-year basis, so it's not a system that's locked in step that says, you may have a system over a 5-year plan, but for the most part, that has changed and it does not meet the criteria of.
Well, again, I'd say look into that. Now, I
services.
know there's some, I'm not going to call them exceptions, but there absolutely are spaces where, because of grants that we receive, I know that we all of a sudden rush to pave a different road because it falls in an area that is allowed to be covered by a grant. That's oftentimes, by the way, why we're doing the curbing in those spaces, because the curbing is covered by a grant, so we jump to that, and also why sometimes what seems illogical to myself and all of us and residents is, hey, why did they stop here? Well, the grant was for this year up to this amount, and the next is the next. So that happens, yes, but putting those ones as outliers, we do still have a system where we fund it, I will note significantly, right, thanks to the great work of a lot of people here, we're funding this to great significance, and we just do the numbers on the list that they come up with. So my understanding with, apart from those grants that we receive to do the work, it is based on some type of scoring system. So I would go back and ask what kind of criteria or scoring system are they using, and can that criteria count as whatever they're wording it here?
Well, I mean, and I guess we can submit this, I don't want to make it late because we're asking questions, we met the threshold that was important, but also, so maybe, I don't know if we need to hold it up for the answer, we should maybe
This
just
has to
submit
be
it.
submitted, so I recommend that you vote on it.
So we'll vote on it, but I do want to ask some questions,
Well, I
but
think we should be careful, because I mean, I even look at the next one, right? Does your municipality have a project labor agreement, right? I believe we do have project labor agreement.
for any public work projects. Well, I did have some other ones, but,
So,
Are we
but I'll
gonna
just
redo-
ask that.
what's the deadline?
The county passed theirs,
Really?
and it was years back, you may remember this, Councilman Russo. We
I
passed the
believe it's
project
the end of
labor
this week, I'm
agreement,
not sure.
You and I put,
right? I mean, so I don't understand how we have a no answer for project labor agreement when we have a project labor agreement.
something's wrong there.
Well, it says, does your municipality require a project labor agreement for all or a portion of its eligible public, I guess all or a portion covers
Kind
it.
of covers, right?
Well, I don't want to
Well-
make it late to the point of, we'll get the thing we're needing primarily, but we could go back and actually, for policy's sake, revisit these
Well,
things.
two
to make
things I'd
sure-
say, though, which are a little different. So one, let's say, is the first one the councilwoman's asking about as to, does it fall under nuanced questioning of, do we have, this one around project labor agreements, it just seems like the wrong answer on there, unless somebody can tell me why, after we've passed a project labor agreement, it says we don't have a project labor agreement.
Who filled this out?
That, to me, just seems wrong.
And I did, when we were on the road repair,
By
I,
the CFO, for the most part. I had a
Is your
small
microphone on? I
section.
can't hear you. What's that?
This was prepared by the CFO. I had a
Mm-hmm.
small section of questions that I had to answer, but I will follow up as to why.
Well, we have another
The
meeting
answers-
very shortly. When do we have this again? What is this?
Wednesday next week,
Yeah.
or Tuesday next week. But you said it's due the end of this week.
My understanding was it's due very soon, and that's why we had to get it on for this meeting.
Do you know if very soon is before
Yeah.
next week?
Oh, it was submitted? All right.
Oh, okay. So we're,
Due on the 3rd of November, it's in the first paragraph. It was already submitted.
This has already been submitted?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And it's due on the 3rd of November?
It was due on the 3rd of November, yes, Mayor, and it was already submitted. Statutorily, it's required to be listed on the agenda as an item that was discussed by the governing body, that you all received a copy and you discussed it, and that's what they ask when you submit it. On the
Well, it
state
was already
portal.
submitted.
Yes.
Right.
And it asks, when will the governing body discuss? Put a date.
Oh, okay. Well, then maybe put the date next week when you've got the answers for us.
It's already submitted.
Well, then-
That's what I'm saying. So then, next week.
at the risk of
Very submitted.
belaboring this meeting,
Don't have to worry about missing the deadline, Lori. It's already
Yeah,
submitted.
that's
You already discussed it. We can put it on the next meeting, but
We got the wrong answer on one.
It's been discussed, right?
It's been discussed.
I did have a pamphlet here, let's
It's
see.
already been submitted.
So if anybody can look through any additional questions that you guys have and submit them to Mr.
So-
Lapola, and then we'll get
Yeah,
those
to
next
the
meeting.
extent that I have some more and it's late, and now that we know what the timing is, I will put them in writing and send them to you.
Okay.
Can you
Thank
copy
you.
me on those so I'm not double emailing?
Oh,
Yeah,
sure.
thank you.
Um,
Appreciate that.
yeah.
Right. I noticed that too. It seemed a little off on those, right?
But just because a moment ago we were talking about the road repair, I mean, I know that there was a constituent in here talking about Union Street having been half done, and to the point perhaps you were just making, like some grant maybe funded and then the season ended or whatever it was, and there's still a lot of things that need to be fixed. So I'm just saying it out loud because this is reminding me that I need to follow up with you about Union Street. Things that were not done finished and things were done poorly. So in combination. Thanks.
Yeah, poorly, I
Okay.
can't comment on, but Union Street definitely is one of those ones we've gotten grants on. I know that.
All right, well.
Got some of that work done.
So
Okay.
are we ready for the, we're not voting, are we voting?
No.
We are not. So we're tabling that.
Yes, tabling that one.
Did we have to move to table it?
Table A.
You know, what was it? Did I move it?
I don't think anyone did, just.
Then no,
formality
then
of
leave
all.
it as table till the next meeting.
Okay.
All right, the resolution here, Resolution R-23-253, resolution regarding the suspension of meter collection. Again, this is a holiday, a suspension that we do for Small Business Saturday, and I so move.
Second?
Moved and seconded. Any questions, concerns, comments?
Mayor, I saw something that said all the way through January 7th.
Mm-hmm.
Does that mean it's a month and a half almost? that we're
That's
gonna
when we
do this?
normally do it, Bob.
Right, but I'm saying you're saying just Small Business Saturday. It's
Well,
going all the way through.
No, no, no.
It starts
no.
on,
It
Yeah,
starts
start- mhm.
on Saturday.
Starts.
holiday shopping period.
and
Right,
then
all the
goes-
way through.
Well, we don't need to
January.
Yep, so let me read that
Very
again.
good.
Resolution.
Very
On
good.
Sunday, November 25th, 2023, for Small Business Saturday, that's when it is though, and during the year 2023 holiday shopping period.
Okay, good.
So is the move. Any other questions, concerns, comments? Seeing none, I believe this is a financial impact, so Madam Clerk? call the
Counselor
roll.
Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes?
Counselor Schlager?
yes.
Counselor Terry?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is Resolution R-23-254, which is a resolution amending the agreement with Montclair Emergency Services for Hope Mesh for overnight shelter services to the homeless for the remainder of the calendar year 2023, and the next one's related as well, so I'll so move.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Mr. Lapola, would you like to speak more to this one? This is the continuation, and then we're extending it beyond that. Is your microphone on?
The second half of this year.
And then the next one, right? is
Yes.
to change the agreement length, right? Correct?
These are the ones we've been working with Counselor Cummings and the people from Essex County. And
Yeah, this eliminates us from basically cutting two checks. It's just one, they handle it and we're done.
Right.
Okay.
And they're already up and running.
So you're saying this doesn't actually increase the total dollars?
No.
This is just,
No, it doesn't.
because we had split it for reasons earlier, but yeah.
Yeah, but they've proven to be good financial
Sure.
stewards to the point they were able to recoup the funds that were up for an issue
Good with
over
that.
years. So they've done a really good job.
Madam Clerk? Oh, did you have, I'm sorry, Councilman Price Abrams?
This is a style, excuse me, a style request of sorts. I noticed that mesh, I didn't realize this till I saw it written out, is, used to be the Montclair Emergency Services for the Homeless, and it's become named Montclair Emergency Services for Hope. And yet, we sort of use the homeless, excuse me, I'm sorry, in a few places, including in the header of this one. I just think as a matter of style and the way we think, we don't have to call people the homeless. They're homeless people or they're unhoused people. So I'm just going to ask if you might consider being mindful in our language, because, yeah, I just think we don't define people by that. So,
Madam Clerk, if you can
Yeah.
make those noted changes.
I mean, the name of the
Provided by
organization
the Health
itself
Department, but
changed.
we'll-
Understood, yeah.
Thank
yeah.
you, just as a courtesy consideration, humanity.
Were we
Madam-
considering making it 50,000 at one time instead of 35? Didn't we? Didn't we do that?
The next one will address why we don't need to do that.
Okay.
Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Terry?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is Resolution R-23-255, which is a resolution authorizing the agreement between Township of Montclair and Montclair Emergency Services for Hope, MASH, for emergency overnight shelter services for the homeless for calendar year 2024. So move.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Questions, concerns, comments on this one?
Thank you, Councilor Cummings, for explaining that to me.
Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Terry?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is Resolution R-23-256, which is a resolution authorizing the Township of Montclair to participate and accept grant funding through the Emergency Management Grant Program administered by the State of New Jersey Department of Law and Public Safety. I so move.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Questions, concerns, comments? It's accepting grants. So all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, we're yes on that one. Next is Resolution R-23-257, which is a resolution authorizing transfer of funds pursuant to N.J.S.A 40A:4-58. I so move.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Any questions, concerns, comments?
Just, Mayor.
Councilwoman Price Abrams?
So these are just, is this the standard amount every year that is moved to?
No, there'll be a series of resolutions moving money throughout the budget. As after November, we make transfers between intra-departmental and then interdepartmental. Basically, there are certain departments that have had more expenses. Say, we had multiple snowstorms.
Right.
So we would then, if they ran short of money, we would transfer it from another department or another.
So it's in the last 2 months of the
Yeah,
calendar?
so this is just the first of several that you will receive before the end of the year.
Thank you.
So let me ask this. So is this to cover things when we say not to exceed and we exceed? Or is this,
It could be that among other things. It all depends. It could be an overtime issue. It could be other things. There's a variety of reasons why it might happen, you know?
can you,
So-
I'm interested in finding out how much we've gone when we set out contracts, say not to exceed. How much have we spent when we exceeded that? So how much of this is for that expenditures? You don't have to give it to me right now, but that's something I was interested in. The other thing I'm interested in is I'd like to know how much money we've spent on snow removal the last 3 years. Just because I think we've budgeted quite a bit, and I know I have not used my snow blower as much as I've had a while ago. So I just want to make sure that we are not, I think there may be some significant difference in what we've budgeted and what we've actually spent.
We're moving funds to it.
I know, but my point is, I said the last 3 years.
Okay, I'll get that for you.
Would you understand the not to exceed question, right? Okay.
Mr. LaPola, can you explain to me, could any of these be not to exceeds? Because these are all in-house items. So I don't
These
think.
would not be.
So none of these can be not to exceeds,
Right.
correct?
Yeah, we're
Right,
going
these
to
would
end
be
up. Right.
Councilman, just to your question.
No, I get your
There's other
point.
ones.
Yeah, fair. I'm just saying on here,
Right.
none of them can be not to
Yeah.
exceed issues.
The language just triggered my thought.
Gotcha. Okay.
Appreciate it.
Yep. Council, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Terry?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is Resolution R-23-258, Resolution authorizing a memorandum of agreement between Township of Montclair and Essex County Division of Community Action for providing temporary emergency shelter to persons experiencing homelessness, and the township through Code Blue initiatives. I so move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions, concerns, comments?
This is, I believe, the county relationship.
Right.
Yeah, so Bob, one of the reasons that I don't think we need to go further is the county is supplying townships up to $40,000 towards that service. So when we have Code Blue, Mesh has access, or whoever's providing Code Blue services have access to that.
Good, thank you.
Yep.
Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Terry?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is Resolution R-23-259. Councilman Schlager, would you so?
Of course. Thank you, Mayor. Whereas invoices against the Township of Montclair in favor of the following persons for the amounts set opposite their respective names have been received, duly audited, and found correct. Now therefore be it resolved by the Council of the Township of Montclair, the County of Essex, said invoices be, and they are hereby ordered paid, and that checks be drawn by the Finance Department to the order of such persons for the amounts respectively, and hereinafter stated on the computer printout attached hereto and made a part hereof. This bill list is dated November 13th, year of 2023, for an amount of $8,753,232.37. And I so move.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any questions, concerns, or comments? Councilwoman Price Abrams.
Mr. LaPola, it's on page, oh, they're big at the top, 7. It's the third one down. It's the Garden State JIF, and it's insurance excess workman's comp claims, like $66,000. So do we, maybe I don't I scan it every time a little differently. Do we often have those? Is it typical to have excess, or do you know what, that just seems like a chunk of change? I don't know.
No, we don't. We just happened to, we had a couple of situations here where the money had to be paid to we changed the entire workers' comp process here. We used to have the old system whereby the manager had a formal meeting. We had someone assigned to do it, and they analyzed all the comp claims, the excess comp claims, and we then now follow what every other municipality in the JIF does, which is basically let the professionals at the JIF handle that analysis. Okay? But this was just a shortfall.
Just it happened.
We estimate, and most years we don't go over, but this year.
Oh, it's an
we had that
annual.
issue.
That's an annual?
No, it could be annual also, but most years it's included in our fees to the JIF, and we don't have this issue.
This
It's
wouldn't be
budgeted for.
monthly. This is
No,
it's not an
no,
excess.
no.
It's a once-a-month reconciliation that we're in excess.
Yeah, this is just a one-time.
Okay, no, that's better to know.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
I have one quick question.
Councilman Cummings?
Easy Pass on page 5. Who has Easy Pass in the township? It's number 5, $10,000.
I will have to find that out for you, sir.
Yeah, I'd like to find out how many people have Easy Pass.
I think
I
the
don't.
police vehicles do.
That's,
Yes.
if that's what it is, fine.
Yeah.
It's just, I just never.
If you look
I would
at,
assume
they
it's-
had the blue ones,
Right.
that's when you could tell it.
Yeah.
I would assume it's
I'm hoping
police,
so.
et cetera, but
Well, that's legitimate.
Yeah. But that just stuck
I
out.
figure the state would cut us a break on them paying Easy Pass. I mean, I always see them. I know they're on there, so that's definitely, I'm sure, it.
Right.
But still, come on,
I can tell you that when I worked at the Turnpike Authority that
Oh, that's
no
right. You're the one who
employees-
made sure that
Yeah.
No one,
Right.
we're paying that Easy Pass.
no one.
Now that reminds
I
me.
know I fixed
Oh,
Easy Pass, Mayor.
did you?
Let's
Okay.
let's,
Fixed it by
let's-
charging us $10,000 on it. That's why you fixed it. I got it.
So you have experience with Easy Pass?
Oh, I ran Easy Pass for a long time,
I
Counselor.
did.
All right,
It's
let's
like I ran the
approve
lemon
this.
law.
Any other, well, yeah, any other questions? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Terry?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Mr. Leopolo, if you can briefly go through the items, I think they're very straightforward, and certainly a lot of them are very similar.
Okay.
We know emergency repairs. I use this context just in the interest of time, but you can move through them pretty rapidly. I think we all kind of get these, and then we'll add them to our consent agenda, and people can pull any out that they need at the time. But otherwise, you can go through them quickly, because I think many of them we know, but go on.
Okay, number one is authorizing the process to acquire ATMs in the parking facilities. I think that's fairly standard. Number two, there was a water main break on Bloomfield Avenue, and this is, we had to go through, emergency purchasing to get the work done, so this is for $34,200. Okay, number three is a collapse of a sewer storm catch basin on Pine Street, and we had to declare an emergency, and now this is to pay the bill for $9,683. The next one is for the collapse of a manhole in the vicinity of 50 Upper Mountain Avenue. Similarly, an emergency had to be declared, and the bill that we have to pay is $8,422. Okay. The next is a resolution authorizing the use of competitive contracting to procure police off-duty detail management system services. So this is basically how we manage all of the
Yeah,
outside
we know they
jobs.
do overtime, yeah.
Okay. The next is a resolution authorizing emergency purchase to repair emergency purchase and to repair the compressors at the Clary Anderson Arena. That was $9,982. That happened just before the season started. This is asking local government services to allow us to insert a $5,000 grant program, so we need a permission after a certain point in time. Next is a resolution authorizing the award of a non-fair and open contract to Agro-Environmental Service for the provision of laboratory testing services. Next is a resolution awarding contract for the purchase and delivery of fire hydrants, fire hydrant extensions, breakaway kits, and Megalug retainer gland kits for the Montclair Department of Utilities for a period of 2 years commencing with the date of the award. Next is a resolution.
Just on that one, Mr. Polo, I mean, see the price tag on these, isn't it like, buying as part of these, bless you, these, groups that we work with? I mean, it seems to,
I think there's.
cooperatives that we were part of and everything else.
Yeah,
Is nothing.
if that's available, we
Yeah.
do that.
Yeah.
I also think for a procurement this size, we always will go out to bid. If we can, we do, and we've joined numerous other.
Okay, yeah, I know.
groups
I'm
that
just
are,
surprised by the price, but okay, go ahead.
Okay,
So these, you're talking about the fire hydrants? that's-
yes.
Yes, I'm sure that fire departments looked at these and said, yeah, this is what we need, but we just
Yes.
ordered.
No, this is at their recommendation.
And I was just looking as part of the Morris County Cooperative or any of the other cooperatives, could we get any cheaper, but, yeah,
Yeah, and these are capital expenditures, so.
I got it.
Okay. Next is a resolution to adopt the council meeting schedule for 2024.
Yeah, that's a big issue. So my wife looks at these, and she noticed there's like a whole month or 2 months that there's no meetings after the July election or swearing in or before it. Is that a mistake? She's telling me, look at it.
It's not accurate.
There's one in June,
Uh-huh.
there's the organization, another one in July, there's one in August, and there's two every other month.
It's just not
So there's
accurate.
something every month, at least.
Yeah.
One. Or maybe it's the one meeting in August, though. Maybe that's what she's looking at, which I don't,
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't know. I've been around a few years,
The one in
So,
August, Bob, you may not have to worry about.
Yeah, I just want to tell my wife, is this subject to change? Like, if she has a real big problem with a date, I can come back. So we've all done that at some point. We've always
you-
had, input.
Council has the authority to change the date
Right,
of the
but we've
meeting.
always had input, so I want to make sure this is not finalized, because the clerk said she wants to get it finalized by the end of the month.
Yeah,
and
the-
I
Well, we like to,
publish it by
The issue
December.
we're going to
Before
have
the first of
always
the year.
is finding a time that works for everyone, right? Someone is going to miss meetings, and, that's so be it, miss a meeting, right? I think that's acceptable. So just note that it is difficult to kind of rearrange in everyone's schedule. I think there may be desire to pull one off or something like that, it's fine, but I think looking for tons of new dates all the time is a tough errand, and that somebody then can make it, and somebody then can't.
Right, but who put these dates together? I'm just saying.
It was a
Let's
pair last
just
year. I just
see
have
if
one
anybody-
date.
Please,
I just
yeah.
have one date request of April 9th.
Not now, not now.
No, you can't do that now.
Next week.
It's too bad. That's done.
What are you
Done
saying,
deal.
just so I know? What are you saying?
Who said it was done?
Oh, that's no.
Oh,
that's
do it
no-
on a
What do you
Wednesday
want it
instead of?
changed to?
Because I'm going to be away and I get back.
So you just missed the meeting, too bad.
So Wednesday.
I'll miss the August meeting.
Okay, I'm gonna look at these, because I haven't evaluated my schedule. That's-
So you haven't been here, Michael. We've gone through this every year.
nothing surprises me,
6
Councilman.
names, 6 people want changes.
That would work.
I'm sure.
All right, noted there, Councilman.
What was the notation, Mr. Mayor? I apologize.
He just noted, could we move April 9th to April 10th?
We'll discuss
It's from a Tuesday to a Wednesday.
Okay.
Which I-
The other one I would just throw out there too, and I think it's going to affect all of us. I'm going to go out on a limb, call me crazy, but that May 28th date is right after Memorial Day.
Bad, very bad. You're right, Bill.
Do you
Right.
want to, what we did
I
this year
agree.
was only have one May meeting?
Yeah,
Would you like
because
to
May
look
is a
at that?
tough month, because I know
So,
some of us
let's get rid of
travel,
the
they
May
go to the shore,
28th.
Can we
whatever.
just decide this next
Yeah.
week? Like,
I second
just-
that.
Well, if we get
Thank
someone,
you.
I would knock that.
but if he's just talking about reducing
Going
one.
down to the Jersey Shore.
I feel
Yeah.
good.
We all look at it.
I would,
It's 11, we still have a whole thing to do here. I know,
All right,
make
but I
it-
hear, okay, so
I
I'm
agree
hearing,
with moving it, I just,
10th and
I don't know if
Got it.
I
No,
agree
I
with
hear
just
you.
one meeting in May.
to me, that,
To be a date.
That's a bad
well,
date.
I
for
appreciate it, but
everybody.
we can choose to move anything at any time,
Well, Mother's
including right
Day.
now
Mother's
on
Day.
this.
So-
So I'm
So,
just, if
do you have
wanna
that
make a comment.
notation, Mr. Mayor? The
I do.
20th, yeah.
May 28th gone, right.
Thank you.
want it.
Mother's Day.
Did I get my April 10th?
Yeah, I got
Yeah.
it on here.
Well, what if I can't do it? Well, then we don't have any more. Look, let's do it next week. That's all we're doing, is let's all put it aside, it's not on tonight's agenda, it's for next time. Let's look at next week.
Is that on the first
that.
reading?
It's not even on a reading.
Mr. LaPaul?
It's going to the discussion list for next time.
Okay,
I'm just in a very, very good mood, my operation. Okay.
okay. Resolution 11 is a resolution awarding contract for the architectural design services for the improvement to the roof and boiler at Cornerstone House. Number 12 is a resolution amending the fair and open contract to Negley Engineering, increasing the amount by $100,000. Attached, you will find all of the,
Project in Neglia, that's what this is?
yes,
It's not a renewal.
it's not the renewal.
Not a renewal of the contract? What is it? Amending a contract?
Yeah, it's amending it because of the amount of work done and what we anticipate between now and the end of the year to increase it by $100,000.
Now, you know, we had a full-time engineer before you came years ago.
Yes, we talked about this at the public safety meeting.
Yeah, what do you think? We should keep doing this?
Honestly, as we, and while no final decisions have been made, I think what we need to do is, as we hire a new department head there, that person be an engineer. They run the department, and I think it's important that we have an engineer on staff who's not only the consulting engineer.
Absolutely,
I like
100%.
So in
Yep.
effect, it's really not adding back, but it's the position that's open, we hire someone.
I mean,
in that-
Steve was
that's
an engineer, but he didn't, so, but you need somebody just. in
But it
my
also helps
opinion,
guide as to what
yeah,
stuff has to
you
go
need
out.
an
what's
engineer
the-
because so many issues have to be resolved that way, monitor the building, et cetera, et
And
cetera.
that might be a saver that you do
Yeah.
that.
Good point. Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Motorola Vesta, what is that?
Amending the contract amount for the Motorola Vesta 911 call taking system. This is from the police department. It's, this is the, I believe in the,
Is there gonna be more money, that's right?
it's gonna, yes. I think this separates out my understanding, and it has to do with the fact that when the original purchase of the system, did not separate out the cost of the annual maintenance. So this just tells you what the cost of maintaining the system is. Am I correct? That's right. Right. Yeah.
A lot more money?
Yeah, can you explain, when you've got these, right, so the 200,000, although I'm curious as to why there's like negatives in front of all of them, that throws me off. I'm assuming that's not negatives, but, you know, you've got the numbers that are there. How is it that their response to us is 200,000, but then it's really 335 or whatever?
It's 33,895.
Right. I don't, my understanding of this, Mayor, is that this is because when the original resolution was approved, they didn't separate out the difference between the cost and the annual maintenance cost. So this separates it out. It's in, yeah, I was gonna say, it's in the attachment right here. And, yeah, so the price breakdown is there. And this is for the 5 years of the, or not the 5 years, the remaining 2 years of the maintenance on the system.
I'm still not following you here. So the maintenance, though, is that the 33,800? Or you're saying?
Yes, that's the maintenance, that's the annual maintenance. I can get more information from the police department, but my understanding is the original resolution did not mention the actual financial obligations of the maintenance, and this amendment would make, you know, even though we have a contract for that, so is it really amending the resolution, the original resolution to, or having a resolution that reflects the fact that we have this financial obligation.
Okay, so it didn't include that 33.
Right.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Next is an ordinance to establish a new section of the Township Code entitled Chapter 134 regarding privately owned salt storage facilities. And this has to do with the fact that they've, the DEP has updated their municipal separate sewer storm system requirements, and that we have to change our ordinance to reflect what DEP requires. Okay. Next is a resolution authorizing executive, that's executive session, Paul.
Unless you wanted to read that, I got it. Next is Resolution R-23-260, which is resolution authorizing executive session without the public being permitted in attendance with accordance N.J.S.A. 10:4-12B, pending litigation and personnel. And I so move.
Mayor, we're going to have to amend the resolution authorizing executive session to include 2 discussion points. One to paragraph number 7. I have an update for you regarding Gaia Gardens versus Township of Montclair.
So litigation still.
That's a litigation matter. And then number 8, which is personnel, appointments for board and commissions.
Gotcha.
Board and commission appointments.
Got it. Okay, I've moved and seconded. It's been
Task force, whatever other ones you want to
all in
discuss,
favor?
Laura.
Aye. All right, we are moving into executive session. If someone can shut the doors, please.
We're on, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, what?
We're back on,
Just resolution. All right. All right. Make a motion to come out of executive session. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we are now out of executive session. Next, we have a resolution appointing Gina Devito to the position of Chief Municipal Prosecutor. It should further say we're also appointing her to the, even though that is the title, we're also appointing her as the Assistant Attorney, correct? Assistant Township Attorney. And in addition to that, in the title here, we're also reappointing the Chief Municipal Prosecutors, correct?
Correct.
Right, and also we are appointing the Interim Township Attorney, correct?
Correct.
Those are all the positions? Okay, and with that, I so move.
Second.
Yes.
Mr. Foley, you have something?
I think you said chief municipal prosecutor twice.
One substitute municipal prosecutor, one is chief prosecutor. Yes.
Yep, no, thank you for the clarification, make sure, yep.
I'm on there too, the interim
Yep.
township attorney.
Interim Township Attorney, all right, so I think we've covered all there. And
According to the salary ordinance.
according to the salary ordinances, all the other pieces that are included in the ordinance, we have the ordinance here seen, so I so move that, I believe it was seconded.
Second.
Right, thank you. Any questions, concerns, comments?
Yeah, what is the dates on these? Until,
Sure. It is, that therefore the Township of Montclair appoint Gina Devito as appointed to serve as municipal prosecutor for a one-year term commencing on January 1st, 2024, ending December 31st, 2024. Chief prosecutor continued in their role that they have. And again, that Mr. Burr is appointed interim township attorney, extended from January 21, again, until December 2024, again, unless anyone else in the future chooses to end that arrangement. They're at will.
yeah, so I think we should just do it until July 1st and let the next council handle positions that
Which they
fill
can
in.
anyway with that,
Right.
but yes.
Yeah, they can, but I'm just,
Okay.
I
July.
just think it
No,
should be.
As,
I don't, not, if you forgive me, July 1st means they show up and have to figure out what
Right,
they don't even
right,
know,
right.
so why do it the
I
day they
agree
show
with
up?
it. If you leave it, they can do it at any point. Any council could do it at any point. Yep, okay. Seeing no other comments? December, yep. Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
No.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo, absent. Counselor Schlager?
yes.
Counselor Terry?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Councilwoman Price Abrams?
Thank you, Mayor. I have brought forward a resolution authorizing the establishment of an implementation task force for Ordinance 0-23-35, which is the leaf blower, the banning of gas-powered leaf blowers and, more sustainable practices for our lawn care. Their task force composition has a diverse array of people. It is for the purpose of education and resource sharing, outreach and public engagement, best practices and compliance, and collaboration with other towns. We are moving Ed Remsen to serve as a chairperson for this leaf blower ordinance implementation task force. And the task force shall expire at this point at 3 months following the issuance of the resolution and the appointment of the people. That will count from the time that the members are appointed, again, who represent diverse kinds of interests. For the sake of being successful, it seems like we're off to a good start, but this would be a helpful way to help the public, again, live in compliance and find best practices for themselves.
And
So
you
I
so-
so move.
So moved.
I'll second.
It's moved and seconded, and I'll certainly say before I vote, I've been, very pleased to see how many people are in compliance. I think even just what we see around town, I think even some conversations we've had anecdotally, and again, maybe small sample sizes, but there seems to be significant compliance and rapid action, but always, if you can educate more or talk about best practices or look at ways that we can continue to make improvements, I think all a good idea. It's moved and seconded.
I just want to be on the record. We passed the leaf blower ban. It's been implemented. It's being effective. So we're just continuing something I think people are following, landscapers are following, and I have no idea why we're doing this.
Right. I think what was at least mentioned is to educate more the ones who aren't in compliance. I'm sure there's some, and to look at best practices to see even the ones who are doing it, are there ways that they can maybe do it better, more efficiently, and more cost effectively. Anyway, Madam.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, I
Yeah,
just
'cause
echo the
raising up
sentiments
prices,
of
right.
I echo the sentiments of my right honorable colleague, Mr. Cummings, on this one as well. So, thank you.
Absolutely. Mr. Shepherd. Any other comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Counselor Cummings?
No.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
No.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo? Absent. Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Terry?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. It's moved. Is there a second? Now, I don't know all the Robert's rules, but I'm pretty sure you can't move and second. But I think I heard Councilman Schlager as well. All in favor? Aye. We're adjourned. Have a great night, everybody.